in the conversation because his titles would be undisputed. Like even Bear Bryant, of those three in post-integrated college football past 1972, two of those three were split national championship. Barry Switzer had one. Nick Saban even had one. Tom Osborne had one. There have been three outright championships.
Yeah, I would just say, then it's a different story. But maybe pump the brakes a little bit. We were having this conversation about Dabo Swinney when he had won 2 of 3.
Well, that's he's saying this is with the third one. Yeah. What does the third one do for Kirby?
It puts him in elite company. There's no doubt. I still would have Nick Saban, Bear Bryant. I still would have Urban Meyer. Say what you want, Tom Osborne. I still Bobby Bowden, a national championship behind. I'd have those guys in front of him. He's a top 10 guy.
Yeah, Bobby Bowden, had so many wins, and Tom Osborne too. Urban, I don't know about though. I don't know if I'd still have Urban in front of him.
Yeah, I guess it does get close.
It gets really close.
Urban was able to do it 2 schools, which is really impressive.
It is, and if Urban came back right now and took over Texas or Texas A&M,
he'd win another one.
Do you not think he'd win another one?
Oh, I do, absolutely. Yeah.
So, I don't discount Urban as being one of the best coaches.
Oh, I don't
history.
either, but I'd still have Kirby. With 3, I think I'd put Kirby in front of him.
Well, I would put Kirby in the top 10 for sure. I'm not going to go 2 yet. I think he's still got a lot of work to do.
The interesting thing, though, is he's got a lot of meat left on the bone.
Oh, he does.
I don't know how long he'll go. And I don't know if anybody does. Kirby may not know how long he'll go. But he's done enough early. You think about Tom Osborne. Think about how late in his career it took him to win his first national championship. Bobby Bowden, how late, respectively, in his career it took him to win his first national championship. And Kirby's gotten his very early.
Nick was older when, what was he in his? He was in his 50s already when he won his first one.
He was on college job number 3. He had already been the coach at Toledo, Michigan State, and was at LSU before he won his first one.
And Kirby's not to that age yet.
No, and he's done it in his first job. Now he'll never have another job. He's not going to bounce around.
And the fact that you're doing it in a playoff era now, that. To me, that's more impressive than when it was just voted on by the polls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think it'll give him more shots. Kirby's going to have a shot at a national championship every single year moving forward.
Yeah,
it's going to be rare they'll be out of the playoffs.
12-team playoff. I don't see them being out. We would have said this about Nick Saban before. I don't know if Nick Saban would have been out of it.
Would have been out of one, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, and you wonder how many would Bear Bryant have been out of? How many would Vince Dooley have been out of?
But if I put Kirby's national championships at 1.5 right now,
more.
Yeah, because I put it at 1.5 after he won the first one when we were sitting in that ballroom or whatever in Indianapolis. And I think we were back and forth on over or under 1.5.
Yeah. I can tell you who never would have missed a playoff would have been Bobby Bowden. He had that streak where he was top 5 AP for like 20-something straight years, wasn't it?
It was 14 or 15 years, yeah.
They'd have been in the playoff every one of those years.
I think it was top 5 in 14 or 15
And they played a challenging schedule.
They did. Miami was good then. They played them every year.
They played Florida. That was Spurrier-era Florida. This was not – they didn't – they played Notre Dame frequently out of conference.
Yeah, but Lunsford brings up Urban had that undefeated season at Utah.
That's true.
In 2004. And, Kirby took over a really good situation.
He did. And I'm recruiting hotbed, yes.
Yeah, look, and he is dominating with it. So nobody could do more than Kirby has done with it. So I don't want to take anything away. But when you're able to go from, I think people forget about Urban's success at Bowling Green. Those were fun Bowling Green teams to watch, from Bowling Green to Utah to Florida to Ohio State, everywhere he's won.
What's funny is sometimes we'll say recent bias, the bias of being recent history, that sometimes we overvalue it. I think sometimes when it comes to college head coaches, sometimes we discount because it's happening right now in front of us. Because Kirby Smart, we know him as a defensive coordinator first, who was a head coach. We don't put him up there with the Barry Switzers and the Tom Osbornes. And we didn't do that with Dabo either. And they really do belong up there. Barry Switzer was a coordinator before he was a head coach. Osborne was too. Those guys all had other jobs before they became coaching legends. Interesting for Kirby Smart. It's a great read. Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. You can go check it out right there at their website. That's the show today. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time again tomorrow on a Wednesday. Replay starts right now. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We've got a ton of college football to get to, including unveiling our 40 and 40 team right here in the opening segment. So before we take our first commercial break today, you'll know who our 40 and 40 team is. As we move into the top 5 voted on by you folks, 67 of us total, and we're to the top 5. The real playoff contenders start getting unveiled today. We look forward to that. That's Ryan Brown. That, my friend, you may not see him because of the camouflage. That's Lance Taylor. Raise your hand just in case we can see you.
Boy, how old is that joke? How old and tired?
And we're off.
And the next 4 hours should be a whole lot of fun. I'm Jim Dunaway. Tyler, stop laughing, Tyler. You haven't been here long enough yet to laugh. You're only day 3 of the rest of your life with us. Tyler's in for Rockstar's on vacation. Back row is Forrester and Lunsford. Taylor Corn is handling everything social media as we get going today. Let's start off with just salaries. We talked yesterday about Saquon Barkley, one of the great running backs who's going to play this year for $11 million. 1 year, $11 million is all he can do. Yeah. And to just punch him in the gut, to kick every running back in the National Football League around last night. If they had their TV on or if they had their phones open, they saw a defensive back with Alabama ties get a 5-year, $97 million deal, and they saw a quarterback get a 5-year, $262.5 million deal, and they say, why did I grow up to be a running back?
Yeah, ain't no doubt. And Justin Herbert, look, the guy's got a ton of talent, but he's done nothing. And now he's going to get $52.5 million per year on average.
What I always tell you, though, when you find a quarterback's in the top half, you got to marry the guy.
You got to marry the guy.
And he's definitely in the top half.
I just cannot believe. Again, I'm all about incentives. Like, hey, you win me a playoff game, we'll give you an extra $10 million.
It's funny, that's not the way we negotiated our contracts, though. It wasn't about incentives.
Well, it was back in the day.
Lance is a boss now.
No, was it not back in the day? I mean, we were incentivized.
We were. It's funny, so not to go too far behind the curtain, and I don't know if this works in the NFL, but I've counseled some people that are young in this business, and I always tell them this because I got sucked into this lie from radio management. There are these little things they call talent fees. So a lot of times, we don't do it here, but a lot of times on terrestrial radio, when you hear somebody say, hey, let me tell you about the guy down at Buster's Auto Sales. Guy reading that's getting paid every time he reads it, okay? That's called a talent fee. And management loves to call you in and say, I'll tell you what, we're going to pay you a little bit lower in salary because you can make a killing in talent fees. I mean, we will sell the heck out of this show. You'll just have tons of talent fees. So take little salary, big talent fees, right? And you know what? I counsel people not all the time, but I've often counseled people, and I said, you know what you do? You tell them, if you're selling that many commercials, you can pay me a ton in base salary.
But I used to. That's how I made my money. You guys remember that back in the day.
I know, but that was when we were starting out. The longer we got in there, we're like, hey, y'all keep the talent fees, just give me more salary.
Well, we had a general manager, Gigi, and I took her for drinks at Casino Superior.
Gigi. So the French.
We were renegotiating my contract, and look, I was like, I don't want much of a bump, but if you'll bump my talent fees from $20 to $30.
She said, sure.
She was like, yeah, $10 a talent fee. Not a big deal. What she didn't realize, I was doing 25 a day.
Yeah. Gigi had not done the math. But that's kind of incentivized. That's what we're talking about, incentivized. Whereas the longer we got in our career, we were like, I want less of that. I want more base salary. And I think that's, I agree with Lance. You would like as an owner to make it more incentivized. But if I'm Justin Herbert, I'm like, free agency sounds good to me. I could probably get this in free agency.
Well, here's the thing, though. He is the 4th most accomplished in his division. There are 3 quarterbacks that have accomplished more. He's making more than all of those guys All of those guys have won playoff games. Let's go through it.
Well,
obviously Pat Mahomes.
Yeah. Okay, all right, more accomplished, yes. But right now, would you take Russell Wilson or Justin Herbert?
Well, I would take Justin Herbert just based on age.
Yeah. So this is not paid on accomplishment.
No, but I'm still saying this is a guy that has been to one postseason game in his career, which, by the way, they blew one of the biggest leads ever.
They really did.
They just needed one more first down out of the guy.
That's all they needed.
Just one more first down. They run out of the clock.
I was a guy way back in the day when Justin Herbert came in for Oregon. This is back in 2016. The first time I saw him, after a couple of games, I told you guys, this is going to be the number 1 overall pick. Yeah. I was the first guy on Herbert. He ended up not going number 1 overall. He went like 5 or 6. I think he's a immensely talented guy. I just don't know if this guy's ever going to win a championship.
Listen, you don't have to be the best at your field. You just have to be important to the people who are paying you. And for the Los Angeles Chargers, Justin Herbert, they can't go get Patrick Mahomes. If they could, they would pay Patrick Mahomes more than $52.5 million a year. But they can't get him.
That's
okay,
right.
well, Herbert's already gotten one coach fired.
It's like when CBS 42 back in the day said, hey, I'd like you to read news, and we're going to pay you this much. They could have gone and got 50 people who could read the news better than me just in Birmingham.
Okay, I haven't.
But they needed me
officially.
at that point.
And you took advantage
of it. And they overpaid me,
and
I took advantage of it.
I haven't officially read this, but I think per year that makes him the highest paid quarterback right now.
Probably so, but
I got it
not
right
for
here.
long.
$52.5 million for Justin Herbert, passing Lamar Jackson, who will get $52 million a year, who passed Jalen Hurts, who will get $51 million.
How many quarterbacks in this league right now would you take over Herbert?
By the way, there are quarterbacks in this league I would take over all 3 of those guys.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But how many would you take over Herbert?
In this league?
Now that he's the highest paid guy. You take Josh Allen, right?
I'll take Josh Allen. Though, some of the same stuff you're saying about Josh Allen, you could say about Justin Herbert.
Yeah. But he has won a playoff game.
He's won a playoff game, but
I would tap the brakes on Josh Allen over Josh Herman for me. I would go Patrick Mahomes.
Definitely. Nobody's going to argue Patrick Mahomes.
I would go Josh Allen.
I would not.
All right, there's 2.
Okay. I would not go Tua just because of the injuries.
Because of the injuries.
But go Josh Allen last half of last season. You would take Josh Allen?
I would take Josh Allen.
He struggled down the stretch.
Again, I'm saying with Josh Allen, I think I would take him in front of Herbert, but a lot of the stuff you said about Herbert's true of Josh Allen. If I'm a Bills fan.
Josh Allen, and Josh Allen should have been playing in a Super Bowl. It was his defense that gave up.
You're right.
That's fine.
I mean, he was unbelievable in that postseason.
Now do the Cincinnati game last year
but that's
in
history.
their own stadium.
But that's history. Right now, I think I'm going to say it. I'm going to take Justin Herbert over Josh Allen.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm going to take Josh Allen.
All right.
I'll take Joe Burrow.
I'll take Joe Burrow.
I'll take Joe Burrow. I'll take Lamar Jackson.
I mean, again, you criticize his postseason all the time too.
I do, but he's won a postseason game. He's a former MVP. I would take Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
Deshaun Watson, I don't know what you're going to get.
You wouldn't take Deshaun Watson?
Oh, I would take, I think, Trevor Lawrence. It's close.
I would not take Trevor Lawrence.
It's still really early there.
It is.
Say the same guy
by the way, he threw 4 interceptions in the first half last year in the playoffs, right? They came back and won it.
But he also brought him back in the second half. That's the complicated part,
I would not take
I think
Trevor
it was
Lawrence.
3, not 4. I think 4 for the game.
It's getting light after this.
You're done.
I'm not done.
Well, okay, keep going then. Give me another one.
You wouldn't take Dak?
I wouldn't take Dak or Jalen Hurts.
Nope.
Yeah. I'm done. I mean, I've never disagreed he's top 10 guy.
Yeah, but now you have to factor
Aaron Rodgers
in,
too old. Somebody's asking about Rodgers.
You just made him 5 right there.
Okay, but you have to start factoring in. I mean, Bryce Young, you got to play potential because we play potential in the NFL.
Oh, I would have Bryce Young over Justin Herbert.
Okay, there's another one. You got to. Would I take C.J. Stroud?
No, I'd take Justin Herbert.
Okay, C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
But okay, so
by the way, later on in the show, 10 bold predictions from our friends at Bleacher Report, and I always love these because sometimes
we rate how bold they are. Is what we end up doing.
That's not really
that's
bold.
Not bold.
There are a few of these that are bold.
Okay,
a little C.J. Stroud in there.
So
this is all NFL.
Oh, these are 10 NFL bold predictions.
Okay.
So you just named 5 if you do Bryce Young 6. So you made him 5 or 6 or whatever. So my point to you is, if you're the Chargers, what then do you do?
Yeah, it's
you've got this guy, and you think, okay, let's just say he's top 10. We'll all agree he's top 10. So I don't know if he's worth this kind of money. Then Herbert's side's going to say, okay, we'll test free agency what I am worth. somebody will get him in free agency, and you know where you are. You're back in the food line.
Yeah.
And you're having to draft quarterback and start all over.
And Jalen, I mean, Lunsford's back there saying Lamar won a playoff game once. Jalen almost won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, if Jalen continues on the path he's on, I mean, can he get from 21 to 22? Can he do from 22 to 23?
We'll see.
If he is, he's an
I don't
MVP.
know.
I'm
Yeah,
just
you're
saying,
absolutely
Lunsford
right.
is right, though. Lamar won a playoff game once.
It'd be
and you're
close.
taking him. You won't take Jalen, who, by the way, when he left the field, his team, it was the defense. You go back, Josh Allen, defense let him down. When he left the field, Jalen Hurts, they were winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
All their
I
defense
get
had to do was
that.
keep Patrick
But
Mahomes out
But
of
it
field
is a
goal range.
combination of talent and winning, because Garoppolo's won, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 playoff games.
I mean, that was one season from Hurts. I'm with everyone else. I like Jalen, but I'd like to see more from him before I say he's over Justin Herbert. But again, this is just how the NFL works. I have found a guy that is arguably top 5, certainly top 10. My only other option is to not pay him.
That's right.
Him end up in free agency. Then I got to pay him even more or let him go, one of those two. And if I let him go, I'm right back in the draft line, and I could screw it up.
That goes back to my point. You don't have to be the best at your business. It's how much somebody needs you.
It's why I have always said, if you find a quarterback in the top half, you have to marry them. You really have no other choice. If you're an NFL team, you've got no other choice.
That's right.
Because the only other option is going back to a draft, and it is so easy to find that bottom half quarterback in the draft.
You know what quarterback is?
What?
Quarterback is this right here.
That's a bottle of Dasani water, Jim.
It is. It's this right here.
Can't wait to hear this analogy.
If I have
it's
a
not
re-
a glass bottle, so it's not Tua.
If I have
See,
a-
even I can make the jokes. Yeah.
If I have a quarterback room full of talent,
Uh-huh.
or a quarterback who's already there, full of water, man, I don't need this. But if we're in the desert, the quarterback desert, this is much more valuable than it is in a place where I've already got a ton of Dasani water.
Paint a picture, Dunaway. Paint a picture. That was a good one.
I mean, quarterbacks in the NFL is like walking through the desert, man.
It is. I mean, you guys.
And they are the bottle of water.
Would you guys say, I mean, either quarterback or dominant starting pitcher? Well, dominant you can't put in there because now I've added adjective. Quarterback or starting pitcher, which is the most important position in all of sports?
It is quarterback.
It's 100% quarterback.
Yeah, because the
I mean,
pitcher's
Starting
only going.
pitcher is probably second, though.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like in softball where you can throw, 3,000 pitches in 2 days.
No, I mean, quarterback is the most important position in sports.
In all the sports. So it's naturally going to be overpaid.
Quarterback, and then I would go hockey goalie. Hockey
Wow.
goalie can lead you to a
Yeah,
championship.
I didn't think about that.
The rest of your guys are pedestrian.
Yeah.
You've got a great goalie
A hockey
standing on his
goalie
head.
is the fast pitch pitcher, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You want bold prediction? Matt Stafford has better numbers than Justin Herbert this year.
Oh, and he may. I don't doubt that. But you would
Herbert's got much better receivers.
you
what are
would never
best-
take Matt Stafford over him, though.
What are best? What do you mean numbers? Because
I'm just talking about
I have 9 stakes to
yards,
play with.
touchdowns, completion percentage,
9
that kind of
stakes
stuff.
to play with.
Yeah, I mean, give me one stat that we can look at and say what is.
I mean,
better
I don't know
numbers.
if you can just do one stat.
Well, I mean,
you can't
could-
go wins because the L.A. Chargers are going to have a lot more wins than the L.A. Rams.
They should, yeah.
yards per game. Would you go yards per game?
My only problem is I don't know how healthy Stafford is.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, then that makes your statement not true. If he's not healthy, then he can't have a better year than Justin Herbert.
No.
Yeah. I'd go
How about me
Herbert.
preface it with, if healthy,
Yeah.
I think he will have a better year.
Yeah, it gets too complicated there. Forrester, Mariota greater than Julio.
Mariota, great. Why are we talking about Mariota and Julio?
Because of the quarterback importance in receiver. Is that what you open Forrester's mic? What do you
well,
mean?
What's
over-
this argument going on here already on
Yeah,
Mariota?
give me open Forrester's microphone. Come on, man. Explain to you.
What are we doing back
what do
there?
you got?
Scott?
What are
are
you
y'all
talking?
doing? What are you and Lunsford arguing about already?
We're debating the greatest Titan/Falcon of all time.
So you have your own show going on back there?
Exactly.
You would say
Fantastic.
Julio's the best Falcon of all time?
Yeah. Turn into our YouTube digital channel 2 right now to catch the Back Row show that apparently is going on at the same time.
I think
as
you
this
can
one.
make that argument.
Julio's the best Falcon of all
Yeah,
time?
if
I mean,
Deion
it's-
would have stayed his entire career,
Yeah.
I think it would be Deion. Jesse Tuggle's one of those guys.
If you guys want to mine the same shaft we are at the same time here, it'll make this whole thing work great. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. We'll unveil our UCA team of the day right after you tell us about our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, again, if you're in the market to pop the question, you need to head into one of those 2 great locations locations of Bromberg's Jewelers. You've got a location in Mountain Brook. You've got one right there at the Summit location. Again, if you're going to pop the question, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's has also had that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. Again, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
Why would you even put that out there into the universe, Lunsford? I'm not even going to read it. Brody says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, does anyone think the Chargers, it's that kind of division that divides countries and shows in rock bands forever. We're about to go to 35 after the hour of Behind the Music is what we're about to do with Lunsford.
You and Lunsford are going to break up?
Lunsford's going to be dividing the band over who should be lead singer and writing the songs.
Jim's going to be on a solo career.
I'm going to be on the Lego chair with a needle stuck in my arm, passed out. LT's going to wrap a car around a tree, and then it's going to, take off one of Forrester's arms.
Wow.
He's going to be our drummer?
It's all the Behind the Music. Tyler and Rockstar are going to start fighting like Oasis brothers, and it's going to be all the Behind the Music crammed into one show right there. I was going somewhere. Oh, it was Brody. Brody said, does anybody really think the Chargers will contend for the Super Bowl this year, and then they should spend the money somewhere else to get a better roster? I do think the Chargers will be a playoff team this year, and I do think they're spending the money as you have to spend the money to stay in the hunt. I think you'll be fascinated by Kellen Moore calling plays for Justin Herbert. In fact, I think I read yesterday. In fact, I know I read yesterday. I just can't remember where I read it. That who's the head coach of the Chargers?
Brandon Staley.
He's got some McVay ties, right?
Yeah, he was McVay's former defensive coordinator.
But heavily criticized, and a lot of that bore out in the second half of that Jacksonville game.
Absolutely,
yeah,
because he makes some wild coaching decisions on going fourth downs and this and that. But he said, I haven't seen an offensive mind the way he consumes things and calls plays since I was around Sean McVay. So Kellen Moore getting a little Sean McVay comparison from Staley there.
Got to love that if you're the Dallas Cowboys, right?
That you let him walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He could always go back. That job could open up. All right. He gave us the NFL conversation. We'll get into Trayvon's contract. Trayvon Diggs, 5 years, $97 million, $21.2 million signing bonus there. The second highest paid corner in the league. All good for Trayvon. We'll talk more about these contracts coming up a little bit later on. But right now it's time for our UCA, Urology Centers of Alabama 40 and 40 unveiling here. As we get to that, tell us about UCA.
Yeah, UCA, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. It's patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule that appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Early unveiling because we got an interview in the next segment about this. But here they are, number 5, with a big gap between 6 and 5. That shows you how the top 5 separates. Look at the gap there, over 200 more points. There they are, the LSU Tigers, SEC Western Division champs last year, and a big win over Alabama gets them into the top 5. Voted on by you guys. What do you think of LSU at number 5?
I think they're too low.
Look out, you got them winning the championship.
Again, I do think this comes down to a matchup in Tuscaloosa on November 4th.
Do you think they win that game?
I do. I kind of get these 2019 vibes. I mean, LSU's going to lose a game. I think they go 11-1. I think they pop Florida State week 1. I don't know where they lose.
Describe pop. You double digits?
Yeah, I think like a 31-20 type of game.
You think Florida State, they were in our top 10. You think they'll be ranked easily in the top 10, right?
Yeah.
Let's see our top 10 again because Florida State. So you think Florida State will be an AP top 10 team when it comes out?
Yes, I agree. AP and coaches poll, I think both. So that's going to be a top 10 win right out of the chute for LSU. Now, we barely had them in at number 9.
We got them at 9.
Yeah.
So our voters, our listeners and viewers and us, we have Texas and Alabama being a top 10 matchup in week 2. LSU and Florida State being a top 10 matchup right here out of the gate in week number 1. Interesting.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be a top 10 matchup. And if LSU pops them, that's going to be probably the biggest storyline coming out of week 1.
Now, I'll pull this back. LSU might lose in Tuscaloosa. I don't know another losable game really on that schedule.
If they beat Florida State, I don't know where you got them losing.
Yeah, so I'll give them a loss. And I didn't mean 2019 LSU that good. I think this team can win a national championship.
which
I
they
was
did
saying,
in 2019.
Yeah, I've got the vibe of the game in 2019. That was a really, really good. I mean, Alabama made it interesting at the end. Without that Tua fumble early on, I think it's a different game. And obviously, Tua wasn't 100%. I just think it's going to be two evenly matched teams.
I see what you're saying.
And by the way,
no
LSU,
way it'll be that many points scored in that game, by the way.
I would agree with that. But if LSU was to lose that game, go 11-1, they could sit at home, watch Alabama lose to Georgia, and get in the college football playoff.
By the way, just a hot take really quick. Whatever the best teams' scoring averages were last year, I expect that top level to be down this year by the new clock.
Well, I'm interested to see
I want to see how many snaps.
So
we lose.
here you go. Scoring offense nationally, Tennessee led the nation at 46 points per game, which, by the way, was down a little bit from
the year before.
No, not the year before, but like in 20, Bama, Kent State had, well, they only played 4 games. Bama played 13 games and 20 had 48 and a half.
Yeah. 2019,
LSU in a full 15 game schedule, 48 and a half.
Just make a note so we can keep a comparison of that to see. They as our buddy Grant Burking says, 100 plays is their belief in the locker room. I think we factually checked that, and it wasn't
incorrect.
True.
Yes,
but he said the belief in the locker room was we were running 100 plays a game.
Yeah, Hypo sold him on that.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I think that with these new clocks, we're going to lose a little bit of snaps here, and it's going to hurt teams.
Well,
like
I think what you'll see is Vegas is going to have to adjust on the fly. I think early on they'll adjust these. If a team total was going to be 54.5, I think they pull it back to 52. So they're going to play around with about a field goal, I think, to start.
I say LT is going to jump on some unders early on at lanceslog.com until Vegas is able to adjust.
Man, tough night last night. Were you guys watching?
Nope.
No.
So 1 and 2 had your boy Bryce Harper killed me. Had a 3-2 lead.
Yeah. No, I don't really care for him anymore.
Yeah. Well, going into the bottom of the ninth, lost that one by a run, lost the other one by a run. So 2 one-run losses. That's 3 one-run losses in the last 2 days, but we'll bounce back tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk baseball a little bit later on. Lanceslock.com, Lanceslock.com. We can get in there. Matt Moscano is up next in the next segment. That's our number 5 team first, brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama, UCA.
Yeah, don't forget about that Men's Health Center. It's absolutely beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
And before LT tells us about Slice, our friends at Slice, another big contract yesterday. Jaylen Brown becomes the richest contract ever in the NBA. $304 million deal over 5 years for Jaylen Brown. So that came across your ticker.
Not even the best player
night.
on his own team.
Not even the best player on his own team. We'll talk more about that later on, too. Tell us about Slice as we head to break.
Hey, 4 great locations again. Hey, how about this for lunch? You can get a slice and you can get a salad, or 2 slices and a salad. That's available each and every day. I don't remember exactly what the Wednesday special is. Check it out, though, slicebirmingham.com. 4 locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. Again, for more information, go see the Bajali Brothers. Tell them the Next Round sent you, slicebirmingham.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Adam says, tap the brakes on LSU, guys, because Tennessee skull drugged them last year. We'll talk to Matt Moscana in just a second. Matt, by the way, in the preview screen over here, is now in the Nate Oates Hall of Fame by the most aggressive water drinker ever to appear on the show. It was a very thirsty pull he just pulled off of his water jug. Tell us about Michelson as we get to Matt.
Yeah, when I talk about sight, one thing I don't see on LSU schedule is Tennessee. 969-8100. That is the number you need to call. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I did this over 2 decades ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. Got 2015 vision, better than 2020 still. Make the call that I made. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
After Further Review is the name of the show. It is heard throughout the state of Louisiana, originating from there in Baton Rouge on ESPN Radio. He is Matt Moscana. You can follow him on Twitter there at Matt Moscana. Welcome in, Matt. I hope you're doing well today.
A gallon every day, fellas. You got to have a gallon of water every day.
I make a run at it, man. I try my best.
Have you ever seen Nate Oates drink water? I mean, that guy attacks it.
He does.
Attacks
every
the
time
water.
he comes on the show, he'll answer a question that's...
I just needed to clean my palate, wet the whistle before we started. So, but I'm happy to spread the good news about water drinking.
Matt is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So we are being told to tap the brakes, just as pull back the curtain a little bit. 67 members of our audience. We had a ton of people that applied to vote. We picked 67. It's a cross section. It's not like all Bama fans, all Auburn fans. They voted LSU number 5. I think we all think it might be a touch low. Some are saying tap the brakes. I assume in Tigerland, number 5 might be the bare minimum this year.
Are you talking about 5 in the West or 5 in the league?
5 in the league.
5 in the nation.
Oh, 5 in the nation.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's about right.
Yeah.
I think. Well, I was about to say, man, fifth in the league. Wow. No. Fifth in the nation, I think, is probably about right. LSU still has to establish consistency. They did lose, a landslide game at home to Tennessee. They were embarrassed on the road by a previously 4-win Texas A&M team. And I think clearly in the SEC championship game, while there were good moments, they were punching above their weight against Georgia. So LSU still has a lot to prove by way of progressing. I think rightfully you'd look at teams like Georgia. Michigan that belong up there. You could make a case for Florida State, Alabama, USC nationally for all in those conversations. But I think mostly when I look at it, I go, who is established at quarterback? Who has the fewest questions against a manageable schedule? And I think LSU checks those boxes, which is why there's going to be a lot of optimism around them this year.
Yeah, look, when I look at LSU's skill that they've got coming back, it's some of the best in the nation. If there is a weakness with a unit on this team, where would you point to?
Yeah, I'll give you two. One is cornerback, which is so weird to say because LSU just had the DBU thing for so long, and I mean, it just pumped elite level defensive backs into the NFL. But when Brian Kelly came in, I mean, for Rick's Alabama, Alabama, Southern left Arkansas, Brian Kelly had to go a portal, so the whole year was transfers. Well, year guy. LSU backwards from a year.
Okay, we're gonna have to pause for a second, Matt. Something has happened with your connection here. We've went into Darth Vader mode here.
Yes.
So I don't know what happened. We started getting a little Darth Vader.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's much better.
Give us a mic check there.
Is that better?
That is better.
That's a lot better. We apologize there.
Yeah, the old earbuds.
Okay, so back to cornerback.
Now we've frozen.
Now we've frozen.
All right.
Yeah, hate to make you go back through your entire spill on cornerback, but we kind of lost you at the beginning there.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Technology, you try to do the wireless things, and they don't always serve me well, so I apologize.
You're all good.
You sound fantastic.
Yeah, you look great, sound great.
I'll do it really quickly. LSU, really good at cornerback forever. Brian Kelly came in, had to remake that cornerback room with transfers. They were all one-year guys. They played well, but they have one returning scholarship cornerback from a year ago. So had to go back into the portal this year. They signed 4 transfer corners. I would say all of them by star rating, NFL ceiling, all are more talented than the guys they had a year ago. But how does that room factor? Who ends up starting? How do they work together? I mean, all that is still to be determined. So that if there's one giant question, it's at cornerback.
I always wonder, like Alabama and other great programs, there's always, benchmarks that have been set in the past. How often does 2011 LSU's defense get brought up, which was a fantastic defense, in my opinion, one of the best I've ever seen? And does this team, with its starting 11, have some characteristics that 2011 team had?
Man, nobody wants to talk about 2011 ever. That's a curse word around here, man. January 9th, 2012 is like doomsday. I mean, look, you're right. 2011 was they were magnificent. I mean, the All-Americans all over the field. They were just dominant. We all remember the 9-6 game. But I don't know if this defense mirrors that one. And I would tell you the differentiator, I would say, would be at defensive end, where you had on that team Sam Montgomery and Barkevious Mingo, who were both All-American edge rushers. This team has yet to prove it has those guys. And remember, I know everybody's going to bring up Harold Perkins, and well, what a freshman year he had, and he's just such an exciting player. But Perkins is moving inside this year. Now, he's still going to play that jack position some of the time, but primarily he's going to be an inside linebacker. So they're going to have to generate that pass rush from guys who we don't know yet if they're going to be able to do it. So I think that's the one. If there's one big difference from that defense and this one, it would be there on the edge.
Matt Moscana with us from down at Baton Rouge, ESPN Radio throughout the state of Louisiana. At Matt Moscana on Twitter. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. How big of an emphasis, if at all, is it for the offense to not have Jaden Daniels be the leading rusher?
Oh, it's huge. That's a very, very, very good point. Last year, especially for the first half of the season, some of LSU's best offense was, hey, plays breaking down, Jaden run. I mean, literally the first play of LSU's season last year against Florida State, he eluded a blitz, protection broke down, he scrambled around left end for 25 yards. Jaden Daniels was the leading rusher out of necessity. Now, LSU went through 6 different offensive line combinations in their first 8 games a year ago. This year, they returned 6 of their top 7 linemen. They brought in a transfer from Maryland a guy named Mason Lunsford, who's played 40 games. And their top-rated signee was Lance Hurd, who's a 5-star offensive tackle. So with the offensive line more steadied, LSU brought in Logan Diggs, a running back from Notre Dame, who Brian Kelly recruited out of New Orleans to South Bend, and now has him back at LSU. They got 6 running backs they like. I think that is as big a piece of this offense as quite literally anything, because LSU doesn't need Jaden Daniels to be a 1,000-yard rusher, and that should keep him healthy, and it should free him up more in the passing game.
Coming out of spring camp, Brian Kelly was asked, how do you feel about your roster? And he said, 1 through 22, I like it a lot, but I don't know about the depth. How big of a concern is the depth on this team?
I read that quote from Brian Kelly as well. We talked about it on the show here. I don't know if he's being coy. And listen, I'll give Brian Kelly a ton of credit. I was thinking about this morning. There's a lot of coaches that are just notoriously close to the vest. They don't want to give you anything on injuries, on depth, on who's going to be a starter at this position. Brian Kelly's transparent. You ask him a question, he'll tell you the answer. So maybe he does believe that, and he certainly knows his team better than us. But guys, I would have said, look, last year, I'll give you an example. Last year, LSU rotated 3 defensive tackles. 3. All year, they had 3 true defensive tackles that played. It's stunning. Now, you've got Mason Smith coming back off of injury, and they added 3 Power 5 defensive tackles. Where they were thinnest a year ago, they went and addressed it with dudes that are proven, established Power 5 players. We just talked about the offensive line. You've got 2 quarterbacks you really like. LSU's always got good receivers. I mean, I don't know where Brian Kelly has the questions or concerns about the depth. We talked about corner, and I think that's fair. Maybe we could talk about safety as well, where after your starters, you're not sure how it shakes out. But I mean, guys, the reason where we started today, you asked me if LSU is worthy of being a top 5 team. I mean, the reason they are is because they don't have a lot of questions. And maybe the roster isn't where Brian Kelly would ideally like it to be in order to be competing for a championship, but it's light years ahead of where they were a season ago, and this is the team that deserves those lofty expectations. Now, can they live up to them? We'll see. I mean, you got to go play the schedule and play your best on 12 Saturdays. But man, I don't see the giant concern with depth on this team. A year ago, I did. This one, I don't see it.
I'm horrible at phrasing questions. I would often ask you, are you surprised Garrett Nussmeier is still on the roster? So let me phrase it differently. I am surprised Garrett Nussmeier stayed at LSU. He could have been a starter, maybe even in Tuscaloosa or Auburn or anywhere else that he chose to go to. You're well sourced, so I know it didn't surprise you. Why is Garrett Nussmeier still on the LSU roster?
I would go so far as to say that had Jaden Daniels not gotten hurt in the SEC championship game and Garrett Nussmeier not played that second half, Garrett Nussmeier would not be back at LSU. If you go listen to that post-game press conference, you'll hear Brian Kelly talk about Jaden Daniels, Garrett Nussmeier, and kind of in passing, and by the way, and Walker Howard, who was the 5-star signee a year ago, who's son of Jamie Howard, who's played at LSU. And I think in that moment before that game, I would go so far as to say that Garrett Nussmeier was going to leave and probably already had his destinations narrowed. But LSU had that opportunity to put eyes on him in that situation. They wanted to keep him. They made the promise that he would get first-team reps, which he did. They alternated series, he and Jaden, in the bowl game. And I think that satisfied Garrett enough to stay and wait for his opportunity and come and compete. But the residual effect that I think Brian Kelly and the staff didn't expect was they never thought Walker Howard would leave. And for Walker, he didn't want to be a scout team quarterback for another year. Look, he went to Ole Miss, where they had Jackson Dart and they signed Spencer Sanders. So he's not going somewhere where he's guaranteed a spot to play, but he wanted a chance to be able to compete and get better and not just be a scout team quarterback. So, that was the trade-off. That was the collateral damage. Garrett's a good player and he's a talented guy and he's got a really high ceiling. He's got to purge some of the mistakes out of his game. But you can all see the ability when it's there. But I agree. If you had told me at kickoff of the SEC championship game is Garrett Nussmeier back in 2023, I would have told you no. But that game was the thing that changed that conversation.
He is Matt Moscana. You can follow him on Twitter there at Matt Moscana. You can hear him throughout the state of Louisiana on ESPN Radio there. Matt, we greatly appreciate the time, man. Always fun talking with you.
Okay, guys. Have a great day.
All right, buddy. You too, Matt, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Boy, if you're an LSU fan, I hope you enjoyed that conversation because that was
I'm not, and I did.
Really insightful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good stuff.
I think Matt obviously follows that team very, very closely and is very knowledgeable about it. Interesting you ask about Nussmeier, and it was that play in the second half. I don't know what he thought his future was at LSU. Like so I get the second half of the SEC championship game, but there's nobody that thinks that Jaden Daniels not the starter next year.
And the thing is, if I'm Nussmeier, that was like a resume builder.
Yeah.
Like when you saw him against that Georgia defense, man, he's got a live arm.
Yeah, that's my tape I send to everybody.
Yeah, and I am shocked because there are, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 teams in the SEC that would probably start him.
That's just in the SEC.
Yeah. So, I mean, around the country, I don't know, 70, 80, 90 teams that he probably could have called a shot for and gotten a nice NIL deal. But I think that shows you the love for the program. Back to the schedule, though, and Matt brought this up. I mean, this is, as far as the SEC goes, this is about as good as you can get of a schedule.
You see it on your screen if you're watching us on all our video platforms.
Yeah, I mean, again, Florida State obviously had a conference game, but it is a little bit of a tone setter for them on that first Sunday.
Where is that number right now? I would say it's around a pick. LSU should be favored.
Pull it up right now. Our friends of
But outside of that, the only time they're going to be an underdog is November 4th.
Should be noted that is a logo schedule. That is not the Packers or Georgia. They're playing Grambling in week 2.
Hey, how about if they went Florida State, Georgia back-to-back to open? Would that be tough?
Yeah. Or Florida State and the Packers. I think I'd rather play the
Packers. I would too. Yeah, I think Florida State's got a better quarterback. Or I don't know about Georgia though.
Yeah, Florida State, Grambling, Mississippi State to start with. Then Arkansas, Ole Miss, Missouri, Auburn, Army. Tricky game before the bye week. And then Alabama.
Well, Army's going away from the triple option, so that.
So they say, Brownie. I believe it when I see it.
That ain't a tricky game.
Army and Navy going away from the triple option. Used to that triple option could sneak up on you, and cause some issues, especially if it fell at the worst time in your schedule. I don't know how tricky that one's going to be.
I think Florida State's obviously a big challenge. Florida State's going to be really, really good this year, but I just got this feeling that LSU returns the favor from last year where they were so sloppy. With that said, I mean, a tricky game is that early 11 o'clock Starkville game, third week of the season. You're coming off the win against Grambling, and you're playing, again, we haven't seen this new Mississippi State offense, but you're playing Will Rogers, a seasoned quarterback that's very accurate. You just heard Matt talk about, the unknown with the cornerbacks from LSU. That could be one of those tricky trap games. Outside of that, in Alabama, I just don't see any losses. And somebody over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room said, I see LSU losing 3 games. You guys find me 3 losses on this.
It's tough to find. I don't disagree.
If they don't lose to Florida State in week 1, you can't find them.
No, and the other thing is people could say, well, if Jaden Daniels goes down. Well, if Jaden Daniels goes down, you got a hell of a quarterback right behind him.
Yeah, but that's true of anybody. I never like the if the quarterback gets hurt then argument, because that's the argument for every single team in America, right?
To LT's point, and you know this too, a lot of people don't have QB2 situation like LSU does.
I mean, this is almost, I don't want to say this because we're talking about 2 dudes, one just played in a Super Bowl, but, when Jalen Hurts wasn't getting it done, you brought in Tua.
Yep. Or when Tua wasn't getting it done or got hurt, you brought in Jalen. That won SEC championship.
This is a very, very, very light version of what Alabama had.
LSU's at number 5. We'll get more with them as we move throughout the show, including our 4 downs with a little LSU twist to it. Dr. B bringing you twist LT's hair. Wasn't there? Now it's there. That's a twist.
I was going to let you know.
Plot twist.
Brown's going to love this. Not only 4 downs for LSU, I've got 4 downs, so many celebrity birthdays. Woo! So we got 2 4 downs today.
8 full downs.
Yeah. Almost like I should know that.
2 possessions.
I meant to tell you. I've got some other things I need to tell you, too. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckett's team for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, T3hair.net. Dr. B offering that Sensus transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, T3hair.net or call 205-319-0316 and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
LT's going to give us his celebrity birthday 4-downs here, the bonus one. The official LSU twist one later in the show. Always good catching up with Matt Moscano on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Wherever you get us podcasts, including the great folks at Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Odyssey, TuneIn, iHeart. Thank you for all those fine folks. Some of you carrying us live on those platforms like at TuneIn Radio. Always good to download the Next Round app. All our video platforms. Remember to like and subscribe. Tell us about Moore's Marinade, Brownie.
Jimmy D, Moore's Marinades and Sauces is your secret sauce for grilling in the backyard this year. Lower sodium than leading lower sodium marinades, and it adds a boost of delicious hickory flavor to whatever you're throwing on the grill: burgers, chicken, steak, pork, even veggies. And their buffalo wing sauce adds that perfectly tangy flavor that keeps you licking your fingers even after the wings are gone. You can see more at mooresmarinades.com for recipe ideas and grilling inspiration. mooresmarinades.com for more on Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces.
Go ahead and crank that music up.
Crank it up!
No need to wait any longer. If you've got celebrity birthdays, so many good ones, we'd love to get to these. We'll get back into our college football conversation at the top of the hour and talk a little Pac-12 with Yogi Roth Did I pronounce that right, Brownie?
You did.
Yogi Roth, who joins us at 10:25, one of the voices of the Pac-12. But first, let's do first down.
First down.
Sandra Bullock, 59 years old today.
I love Sandra Bullock.
If I asked you better career, Sandra Bullock or Billie Jean King?
Oh, I mean, Billie Jean King. I mean, it's so hard to compare these two. Billie Jean King, what did she win? 11 Wimbledon. I'm just pulling.
She won 12 Grand Slam titles in singles.
Yeah. So
I'm going to see how many Wimbledons she won.
11 Grand Slams.
Yeah.
Okay. Billie Jean King.
She won 6 Wimbledons.
6 Wimbledons. Battle of the Sexes. Why'd you say Dunaway? Did I overshoot that?
12 Wimbledons.
11.
Do you know how many that would be?
Well, you got to have.
It'd be 11.
She's won 6.
Yeah, 6.
You said 12.
11 is not that far off. Billie Jean King is one of the greatest ones of all time. 12 Grand Slams is what I was closer to.
Oh, you said Wimbledon.
Yeah. I just know that she was what all the great female tennis players who passed her, she was the landmark. Sandra Bullock I love, but I'm going to go Billie Jean King.
Well, I mean, Sandra Bullock was nominated for 2 Academy Awards. She won an Academy Award. Yeah. Nominated for 6 Golden Globes. She was the highest paid actress for about a 5-year run in Hollywood, which is something.
Yeah, and I think Billie Jean King, Sandra Bullock here, Billie Jean King, she's obviously a really good player, but she's more known for that goofy stunt against Bobby Riggs.
Only because she was the greatest player on the planet then.
Yeah, but I mean, if she
barely beat him, right?
Yeah, and that guy was not even a player, and I mean that was a made-for-TV goofy stunt that they pulled.
It was a stunt. It was wonderfully publicized and all that, but she was the best female player on the planet at the time.
And he was a 55-year-old dude. Did he ever play professional tennis?
No, and there were suggestions he threw it for money. So, I mean, that's part of why she's known is because of that whole battle.
Listen, y'all can crap on somebody who is great at their sport, however you want to. Yeah. She won 11 Grand Slam events. She was really good.
Yeah. I'll take Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, I'll take Bullock.
Yeah. That's fine.
Second down.
Compare these two things, but go ahead.
God, I don't know.
So, do you not want me to do the celebrity thing?
No, let's just go to break.
But one cannot be wrong if you can't really make a comparison.
We're not saying it's wrong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's like, you were like,
this is all
lost to a club player.
Well, she did. Dunaway, you can't tell me that was a legit match. She played against that guy, and it's played up.
I watched it live. I had money on Bobby Riggs. I freaking lost.
Samuel's right in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Was Billie Jean King ever in a movie with Nick Saban?
That is a no. I don't think
that should stomp it right there.
Oh, well, more important to you, was he ever in a movie with Sylvester Stallone?
I
still think that is laughable.
Yeah, okay, it is laughable.
You know what? What's funny is our boy Clay Travis sent me a text over the weekend, and he showed me that Sylvester Stallone has started to follow him on Instagram. He was like, back to your Stallone thing. And he was like, again, Nick Saban better. Nick Saban would never follow me on Instagram.
That's right, absolutely.
That is
Clay's
true.
100% on this.
Okay, Kate Beckinsale. One of my all-time favorites.
Okay, just stop here. I'll go Kate Beckinsale. I don't even care what you compare it to.
This is tough, though.
Billie Jean King.
See if you can pull these pictures. Kate Beckinsale is 50 today. Now, in their prime, better Brit, Kate Beckinsale or Elizabeth Hurley?
Well, I thought you were going Keira Knightley.
God, the Brits really, they come in strong for an ugly group of people.
Well, I got to tell you what, I think I'm going to go...
I'm going to go Beckinsale, but it is tight.
I'm going to go Elizabeth Hurley, I think. I mean, this is I won't fight hard for either one of these.
No, I mean, you can't lose in this one.
You really cannot. I'll take either one.
But you throw in Beckinsale's accent...
well, I mean, Hurley's got the same one.
Yeah.
Now, Beckinsale did get tainted when she banged Pete Davidson.
Yeah, she's not alone in that group.
Can you give us a Liz Hurley, please, Tyler?
Elizabeth Hurley, best movie scene ever was...
You know, I tell you what, Elizabeth Hurley, I don't celebrate her catalog, but probably in the Austin Powers movies.
Let's go on and go Hello Magazine over there. There we go.
Yeah. Elizabeth Hurley still holds up, too.
Is that a mirror or she got a twin?
I don't know. Yeah, so I'll go Elizabeth Hurley.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to go Beckinsale.
I'm going to go Beckinsale, too, but boy, it is close.
Yeah. No,
Third down.
The creep Kevin Spacey, 64 years
news
old.
on him right now. He got acquitted.
He got acquitted?
Yeah, he got acquitted.
Did he really?
Yes, sir. Now all 9 charges.
That's what money will do for you. Kevin Spacey, 64 today. If I asked you better Spacey role, American Beauty or The Usual Suspects? Two of my favorites.
I'm not The Usual Suspects.
I've never seen The Usual Suspects.
Kaiser Soze.
Have I seen Usual Suspects?
I don't know.
I have not.
It's
Describe
Gabriel
it to me.
Byrne. It's
Describe it to
Benicio
me.
del Toro. So it's a group of criminals, and they bring them together in a
Is he like
lineup.
a federal agent?
No,
Nope.
He's like a crime lord. But
I
it's
don't
a
think you've seen
great.
it.
I've not seen it.
It's a great, like American crime classic.
Okay.
And it's got an unbelievable twist at the end. Have you seen American Beauty?
I've seen American Beauty.
I've seen
twice.
American Beauty, but
Twice.
I have not seen Usual
Okay.
Suspects.
He
yet.
is so good as Lester Burnham. It's one of the best characters ever.
Yeah, so I'll go American Beauty.
Yeah, I'm going to go
because I've seen
American
that
Beauty
one.
too.
Fourth down.
I also liked him in A Time to Kill. That was probably my favorite role he played.
Jay says American Beauty is just so creepy now that we know what we know about him. Greg from Pell City says Usual Suspects for me.
Yeah, but Jay, American Beauty, he liked a cheerleader, Mina Severi. I think he would probably go for the basketball player.
Spacey was creepy as hell in Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, says Chris H.
Yeah, look, he plays creepy well. There is no doubt
Some would
about
say
it.
life imitating art there, huh?
Okay, so when I pull my celebrity birthdays, they've got them ranked by their Q scores.
Right.
Okay.
And again, like 1 through 15 are typically like
YouTubers.
YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, influencers, all that. Number 13 today was Mick Jagger.
Mick! He's only 13. Huh?
But what has he done for me lately?
Yeah. Well, he is pretty iconic, but he was 13th. He's 80 years old today.
Hanging in there. Don't see him anymore, though. You haven't seen them out in the public eye in a long time, which
I
makes
really
me,
thought about that, yeah.
Which makes me think that,
Mick's not doing well.
yeah, did Keith pass?
Well, so
Keith hasn't passed.
No,
yet.
I think
Keith
no.
Urban.
No, in 2018, I remember they were touring and they had to put a pause on the tour because he had heart problems.
Yeah.
And had some kind of procedure. And I thought that was it for him. And then they went back on tour, and I was in Chicago and had an opportunity to see Hamilton or see the Stones at Soldier Field. What would you guys have done?
I would have gone to the Stones.
Neither one
But
of them.
I loved Hamilton. It's
Neither
not
one
a
of them really interests me that much. I'd go to Hamilton.
yeah, I'd never seen Hamilton, so I went to Hamilton. I've seen the Stones.
Fantastic, Hamilton.
Yeah,
But I would have
really
gone.
good.
I would have caught the Stones one more time.
Yeah, I'd have gone
Okay,
Hamilton.
so
probably.
tough question here. Again, very subjective. Mick Jagger at 80. Tom Brady, ultimately better career.
Oh, I usually lean sports in this, but I'm going to go Mick Jagger.
I'm going to go Tom Brady. Rolling Stones badly overrated. Tom Brady's the best quarterback there has been.
Oh,
so-
Brown, you're on the rag.
I'm just saying. I'm not going to argue with you, Jim, because there's
the-
no,
but
there's
here's
no
the
right
thing,
answers there.
That quote from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat.
Yeah, I think if you'll go back and watch this segment, that first
I wish
question.
Rocky was here to weigh in today. Mick Jagger, you can make the argument greatest frontman of all time.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
It's a band I don't like, though. I don't,
I
really
don't
like
love
the Rolling
the Stones. I used
yeah.
to like them a lot more when I was younger. Again, saw them, was excited about that. I still like some of their stuff.
I mean, you know how I feel about classic rock. I did not, fall in love with that when all of America was, on Rock 99 or Rock 96 and all that, all the classic rock stations when that was a boom on the radio. So I'm not a huge Rolling Stones fan, just like I was not a huge Led Zeppelin fan. I'm learning now late in life as I go back and, consume Led Zeppelin that I was totally wrong about that.
Yeah, you
right?
like it more than you thought.
Helped
huh?
out by the Rock Empire guys who came in here and I went back and listened to some of their acoustic stuff, and that really cranks my tractor right now. That's really good stuff. And there are certain Stones songs I love, but the live stadium performances, I mean, the two shows that I saw were just
Yeah. I only got to see them that one time, and that was enough for me.
yeah. Well, maybe
But
I
they
saw you
put
two
on-
twice, just one time in Birmingham, Steel Wheels. Is that,
No, they did two in Birmingham. Steel Wheels was the first in 89, and then I forgot what the other one was.
yeah, Steel Wheels I saw, and maybe another one, I don't know, but one time for sure.
They played one at Rigwood, but it was forever ago. I doubt you saw that one. Somebody in the Tyler in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room said Jimmy Buffett greater than Mick Jagger.
I guarantee we always do net worth. He's made more money than Mick Jagger. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, 100%. Jimmy Buffett.
It really
he's a-
depends on if Mick wrote his songs.
Yeah,
or
I don't,
not.
man. I mean,
I'm pretty sure that for a while the Stones had the record for the
You'd find
most
Jimmy
profitable
Buffett's-
tour of all time.
yeah, I mean, that's the thing, his touring. It's over 500 million.
Oh, Jimmy Buffett's more than that.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, yes. Jimmy Buffett owns a ton of stuff.
Yeah, a ton of rat stuff.
Well, it doesn't matter, Lance. So you make money off of rat stuff.
Well, Cars calm down. You're going to go back and
Jiggle
look at
the
this
rag.
segment. You're going to come back and look at this segment.
Didn't realize you like to stay at Margaritaville.
Jimmy Buffett net worth $1 billion. It's only double.
Okay.
You were close.
Yeah.
Rat stuff makes money, man.
It's actually 520. Keith Richards is over 500 million. Maybe
so
Keith wrote the songs.
Keith had a good deal. Mick and him working together. That is the first of 2 4 downs. The sports one coming up a little bit later on. LT with some bonus birthday 4 downs right there. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City has already jumped in to the chat room earlier today. He'll jump on your roof for a free no-cost roof inspection, man. You cannot beat that, right? Why pay someone else to get on your roof to check it out and maybe at that point tie you into something? This is a free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation from Greg. 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can look him up there as well. Contact him there. Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife run the company. They own the company. Greg's on a roof still today. He's a young, viral man who's going to climb up that ladder and make sure you don't have any bent shingles, loose shingles, or anything like that. 205-542-3531. I'll give you that number one more time. But first of all, let me tell you, the A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, best warranties in the industry, and insurance companies trust them. Here's the number one more time, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. By the way, it's no sign of my mood. I just have to defend certain athletes sometimes to where this doesn't become Entertainment Tonight here, and we always make the actress better than the athlete. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Without playing it, can you punch up the screen over here? LT has nailed who this guy is. Who is this guy, LT?
That is the bitter beer face guy. I forgot what was the beer.
I don't even remember.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
but this guy looks like he's about to say.
What's the beer?
This guy looks like he's about to say.
Scott says Keystone.
Yeah,
it is Keystone.
Yeah,
good call, Forrester.
This guy looks like he's about to say. My client was found 100% innocent. You can label it any way you want, but a jury of his peers has determined he is not guilty of what the state has charged him with. And I would appreciate any retractions you and the media would like to offer.
That is a big man.
Yeah, that is Biff Poggi, who is the head coach at Charlotte.
His name's Biff?
It is Biff Poggi.
Biff is his name.
He looks like a Biff.
Biff Poggi. I don't know if he's got the magazine of the future gambling bets and the outcomes that can change all the Back to the Futures in the futures. But not a lot of people betting on Charlotte. In fact, at the American Athletic Conference news conference, media days yesterday, not a lot of people asking questions of Bill Poggi. You walk into a room, and usually there's a series.
I've got one for him. Coach, did you get dressed in the dark today?
I mean, the pocket square and tie combo is giving me anxiety.
Something's up.
Did you see this yet?
No.
Okay. They get asked. He flies all the way from Charlotte to Arlington, Texas, for 3 questions, and he reacts to that. Here are all 3 questions he got and his reaction.
What do you consider the biggest challenges joining this upgrade in a league?
What recruiting footprint are you establishing at Charlotte?
With NIL, how does that affect your team and play into what you guys do in your program?
Any other questions for Coach? That's it? 3 questions? Maybe that's because you have us ranked last. That's all what you think of us. So we get that message. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Big talk. So guess what? They'll finish last.
Not just bitter beer face.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at the schedule. 3-9 last year. I'm going to say the Vegas over-under is probably 2.5.
I can probably find it.
South Carolina State, win. At Maryland, loss. Georgia State, I'm going to go loss. At Florida, loss. At SMU, loss. Navy at home, I don't know.
That's a toss-up. They'd probably win that game. That's 2.
Rice at home?
Could win that one.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, they're probably going to finish last. He could slam on the podium all he wants.
You know how excited coaches like Kirby Smart and Nick Saban would be?
Oh, I know.
3 questions?
Yes, thank God. I can get to Lake Burton now.
Shortest news conference ever? Yes. Not Biff Poggi. He wants more. I mean, you do fly all the way. You want a few questions.
You kind of get paid to do it. So
first of all, you're in a new conference.
Yep.
You're picked last.
Oh, your team sucks.
You don't have a great football history.
That's right.
You did gamble on a younger coach who we thought was going to be really successful before that.
So wrong on him.
Brown's guy. Where's he now?
I think he's a analyst somewhere. Yeah. I asked somebody about him the other day, somebody that's in the world of college football coaching. And I said, boy, did I miss on him. And that guy said, you were not the only one. Yeah. Everybody thought that guy.
Is Chris Reynolds back at quarterback?
Couldn't tell you. I could not name one Charlotte player.
Well, I just remember Chris Reynolds because he played in that Bahama Bowl game or whatever. And he played a full 5 years. But again, with COVID, I get so confused. I think he's back, though. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of experience. I mean, he's one of the most experienced quarterbacks in college football.
Like, I wonder if he walked off and smiled or if he was legit pissed. I don't know if he was just playing it up right there.
He seemed to be a little smiling for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the banging and the walk-off.
I think the banging was a lot.
Yeah. Nobody probably asked him a question. Are you really – here's question 4. Are you really pissed?
Yeah, I mean, see if you could come back.
As animated as we get – Brown just got on me because of Margaritaville, one of his favorite hotels.
I've never stayed at one.
Nobody ever.
You just dog out Jimmy Buffett because you don't like him, and I always tell you he's made billions not being able to see. I know, but he's made billions not being able to see.
But that's the discussions that get on. That's why I get in my moods when I defend somebody. I don't necessarily like the other side. I just don't like when you guys trash on things that you don't like.
Well, I don't have a problem with Billie Jean King. I trashed on that one match. I'm saying
what is wrong with trashing on things you don't like?
Because just because you like them, it doesn't mean everyone has to like them, and it doesn't mean if someone else likes them doesn't mean that they're great.
I'm not saying you have to. I think most people disagree with me.
I'm just saying nobody
no
would
problem
know
with that.
anything about Billie Jean King today if she had not played that one match. That is the highlight of her career for most people.
I think you're wrong about that.
I don't think I am.
I think this generation probably remembers her as that.
Yeah,
I would venture to say that this generation doesn't know who Billie Jean King is, and they definitely don't know anything about the night in the Astrodome.
But that match is the highlight of her career for most people.
Yeah, honestly, I
It's
mean,
the
look, she
biggest
was a
thing she did for
great
most
tennis
people.
player. She was number one in the world for a long time. But if you ask me one thing I remember her for, it would be Battle of the Sexes.
No, the thing she did was change the way women are treated in this country when it comes to athletics. She is the person that was the face of Title IX.
She was, yeah.
She's the one that went to Washington.
So she was the 80s nightmare.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't have the great women's. Forget the shorts. It's Title IX. Clay Travis thinks it's because we allow our women to wear shorts, but Title IX is what has allowed thousands, millions of women to go to college for free and play schools. And
Yeah,
Billie
don't get
Jean
me
King
wrong.
was the forefront of that.
She was obviously a great tennis player. She won 11 major titles.
That's
but
right.
I am saying most people know of her because of that match with Bobby Riggs.
I didn't come here today to defend Billie Jean.
It seems like you did.
But-
Charlotte's win total.
or women.
But you know what's funny is I feel like if I wouldn't have had her in this, if I just would have said, okay, let's play name association, Billie Jean King, first thing that comes
Bobby
to mind.
Riggs.
I would have gone that she won. I thought she won a lot more Wimbledon titles. Were you factoring in the doubles? Because I was. I mean, I haven't checked. I
Oh,
mean,
doubles a ton.
I
but
mean,
nobody cares about doubles.
Say what you said.
They hold trophies up.
Not away.
I mean, Serena and Venus, they count those
When's the
titles.
last time you watched a doubles?
Yeah,
I
nobody
haven't watched
watches
Wimbledon
that.
in years. That has passed my time. But back in the day,
I don't even think they show
They don't
doubles.
show it on TV.
Yeah.
Oh, they do.
I don't
they
think
don't.
so.
They don't show doubles on TV.
Maybe overnight.
Well,
Maybe the SEC network
They
shows
used
it.
to. They used to back when we had 3 channels, and it was the only thing on
Right,
Sunday
I
mornings.
believe that. I haven't really seen a doubles match, and I maybe watched, I don't know,
You
a
got to listen
volley
to
or
doubles on the
two
radio.
this past Wimbledon, but I haven't seen doubles.
I'm just
Billie
saying.
Jean King got a partner, Bobby Riggs. I
I'm
got to
just
play
saying,
right
when I
now.
grew up, we only had 3 channels, and this time of year, if you didn't have a little league game on a Saturday morning, you turn on television and Wimbledon was on. You watched it.
What you just did right there was try to save the fact that you said she won 11 Wimbledon championships
No,
by
no.
saying you were factoring in doubles.
No, 6 Wimbledon championships. I thought she won 11. She
Yeah.
won a lot of Wimbledon championships, though.
Yes.
I mean, she
6 that matter.
She was what Serena Williams became back then.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk women's tennis.
Oh, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Charlotte's win total 2.5, by the way. So
Yeah, and
Podium slapper there.
Sandra Bullock, 59 today.
podium
Odie's.
slapper.
Odie's is
Odie's.
where we're headed tonight.
Wednesday night, me and Brown. You got questions for us tonight?
I'll ask them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but like our bonus wheel.
Oh, yeah. I'll find some of that.
Anyway, join us tonight. We'll be there. Get started a little after 8 o'clock. It's going to be me and Ryan Brown and Will. No, Will will not be there. Dayton Miller will be pinch hitting for Will tonight. Come out, get there early, enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, from the wings, the burgers, sandwiches, salads. They've got it all. They've also got corn dogs. In the mood for a corn dog?
I
Brown?
could eat a corn dog right now.
Stop in. It's Birmingham Institution. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
USA and Netherlands tonight in the Women's World Cup, 8 o'clock on Main Fox. This is a rematch of the last Women's World Cup final. They just happen to be in the same group. But don't get suckered into thinking the U.S. will not win this game tonight because the Netherlands' best player, Miedema is her last name, is out with an ACL tear.
Oh,
damn
no,
it. So,
man.
so bet the Americans tonight because they wear shorts. 8 o'clock on Fox this evening. Have to talk about this, but politics is never funny. But a bipartisan bill introduced yesterday, U.S. Senate, by Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Democrat, Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, Republican. So bipartisan. The U.S. Senate introduced an NIL bill to create a national public registry of NCAA deals and other guidelines. I'll hit a few bullet points. I don't think this will go into, I don't think it'll pass. And if it does, I guess I'm trying to go Schoolhouse Rock here. Then it has to go through the House, and then it has to go to the president and get signed.
It's just a political bill on Capitol Hill right now.
It's a bill sitting on Capitol Hill, but it's being introduced.
He's out on the steps.
And here are the basic headlines. Not only will it have the registry, which doesn't interest me, it will ban any state law regarding revenue sharing allowed by the players. So this basically would be a federal law that would ban forever, or until the bill is, overruled somewhere, that the players will never, ever, 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 while this law is in place, be allowed to tap into revenue sharing as part of their deal to play college athletics.
Yeah, that's silly right there. That probably kills it on delivery.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just stupid. Why would you put that in a
gonna
bill?
Get passed?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's...
Why would anybody care about players participating in revenue sharing? Who cares about that?
Well, as our buddy from On3 Sports, Shannon Terry, when he joined the show, that's the great frontier for the players at some point, is to share in the revenue. That's where all the money is.
That's right. I don't know why it's a problem. I don't know why you would put that in a bill. That's stupid.
Because even if you say that they don't want any, as Shannon pointed out in our show, the people, the powers that be, the guys in charge who want this bill passed, do not want the players to tap into that.
Of course
revenue,
they don't.
Right?
Yeah.
Eventually, they probably will tap into this at some point. And even if it's just 1%, well, what ends up happening? The next time we have a collective bargaining agreement,
right.
it goes to 2%
or 3%.
And then it goes to 10%.
Yeah.
And then one day it's going to be like the NBA, where it's 50-50 or 51-49 in favor of the players.
They can bury their head in the sand. There will 100% be revenue sharing in college sports one day. 100%.
It's got to be, or we will have a major work stoppage.
No, that's how it will happen. There'll either be the threat or an actual walk-off.
Yeah. And the day we don't have college football Saturday because the players have are on strike.
That's right. It's going to suck.
Where do you go? Pi Kappa Alpha?
Do you know how miserable that would be?
The Scout players come from the Greek fraternities.
You've got a flag football.
The ATOs are pretty good. They got a receiver over there. Go get that guy.
Can you imagine? That's when Saban taps out. I ain't coaching these bombs.
It would, and here's another thing, and the hypocrisy of this is crazy. In this bill introduced by Tommy Tuberville and Joe Manchin, Manchin, lifelong friends with Nick Saban. Tommy Tuberville, you guys know him from the state of Alabama. It allows the NCAA to ban certain NIL deals that they deem should be banned, including that of a gambling endorsement or alcohol endorsement. Well, to me, if you're going to allow ESPN and ABC to put on a beer commercial or a gambling commercial during the broadcast, you should not ban the players from making money off of that.
That is the ultimate hypocrisy right there.
And then, one good thing here, insurance, 8 years following graduations for all student athletes should be lifetime, but whatever. 8 years is a good starting point. The one that probably will trash this among all the other things, it shuts down the portal until you've been on campus for 3 academic years.
I don't even know how they, first of all, why do that? Number two, I don't know how they could control that.
Because the coaches...
Oh, I know who wants it that way.
They want it that way, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so does the coach have to stay for 3 years?
Nope.
And in fact, it does open up. If the coach leaves, then you're allowed to go to another school. If your coach leaves, you can go to another school and play immediately.
On both sides of the aisle, by the way, some of the same Congress people that will get behind this are people that spend all day preaching about personal freedoms.
Right.
And now we're saying, oh, no, if a kid comes, he ought to be there 3 years. Those don't balance out to me, right? That I want to talk about personal freedoms, what I choose to do, I should be able to do. What I choose to do with my body, I should be able to, whatever side of that argument you want to be on. But if a kid goes to school, he ought to have to be there 3 years before he can transfer. How does that balance out when you start talking about personal freedoms? I mean, those two things just don't mesh. And a lot of the same Congress people will pound the table about personal freedoms on one side and then vote for something like this.
100%.
Just total
100%.
hypocrisy.
Yeah. And that...
This won't get passed.
No, it will not.
I don't think any of that will get passed.
Bipartisan.
Yeah,
so that helps it.
Yeah.
But
it does.
I do think, and it's hypocritical, I do think it will get passed on no endorsements of alcohol or any of the,
I think so too.
the legalized gambling.
There's some good things in this, but like any government bill, you talked about this the first time we talked about the government getting into this, that they do a lot of things wrong. Like any government bill, you start stuffing other things into here, and there are certain things that, insurance for them, blah, blah, blah. I mean, maybe you can find one or two things in here that maybe no state law could override a federal law on, NIL if we ever come up with one. But, I mean, this whole thing here, I don't think you can get all this through.
But there's also some language in there about NIL deals can be restricted based on gender, race, all those things. So it brings to question, as I pointed out this morning, if my goal is to build the best men's basketball program in the country, and I want to focus all my NL efforts on that, that's only men's. Do I have to give the same amount to the women's program, which is not going to get the same return? It's a terrible investment on my part.
And does that fall under Title IX?
That's right. I mean, so you've opened Pandora's box, but there's nobody to blame except for college, NCAA, and the college coaches, the college presidents, because as soon as this started, what's the first thing they did? They ran to Capitol Hill.
That's right.
And when you open that door, this is the kind of crap you end up having to deal with. And by the way, once one of these gets passed, the tax plan is right behind it. We're going to pass this, and then we're going to say, listen, we've done a lot of work here. We need to get a little something back. You tax it, we'll regulate it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll tax it, we'll regulate it.
That's in the headline. Create a national public registry that'll be controlled by the Trade Commission.
They don't do that for free, Jim.
That's right. Trade Commission.
Yep.
Once you got the Trade Commission involved.
Guess what?
Yeah. So it's, that's the dirty side of where we're headed in college athletics. And I don't know about you guys, and I would love to make this the poll question, the Bud Light poll question, easy to drink, easy to enjoy today. I'm okay with the way it is now. I like college athletics with no rules.
Me too.
Now, I'm not writing $1 million checks to pay the collective. I'm not writing $1 million checks to buy my skybox seats. I'm not writing $1 million checks to do anything, pay out my coach. So, but as a person who doesn't like NCAA violations, who likes an even playing field, who likes the players to be able to go where they want to play, doesn't bother me. I'm comfortable with the way college athletics are right now.
No rules can be broken.
That's right. Smaller the rule book, the better it is. Right? Let's get the holding call right. Let's fix the holding calls.
Yeah.
And not worry about who's playing where and for what, right? I like it where we are right now. The portal doesn't bother me. I'm used to the portal now. It's exciting to me.
Yeah, we've got bigger things out there too. Legalize gambling, legalize weed. Just saying.
Well,
you want to tax something? Well, they do in states that are smart.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me, have you checked our lottery numbers lately, Forrester? Are we rich yet?
Only 20 million.
I don't think we struck it rich there.
It sucks.
Hey, and I got to remind you guys, for a business that survives on advertising.
Yeah.
What would the lottery, legalized gambling, and dispensaries do for us?
I'm not preaching against it.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, we'll talk Pac-12 football with Yogi Roth, part of the show being brought to you by JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
They want you to have a sweet southern summer at Johnston RV Center. So much so, listen to these deals that you can get right now at any of the locations. $139 a month. That's what you pay for new travel trailers. They start at just $139 a month. If you do the math on that, that's less than $5 a day. Would you spend $5 a day to have that? Of course you would. 2023 fifth wheels, just $439 a month. If you are active duty, uniform military, retired military, they've got great discounts for you as their way of saying thank you for service to this incredible country in which we live. Also, lifetime warranty on all new campers and used campers under 2 years old or newer. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Back with you on the next round as we bounce back in here. We're about to talk a little Pac-12 football and college football with Yogi Roth. Show being brought to you in part by our friends today at Way to Wellness. I'm downing one of my protein bars right now. As you get older like me, blood pressure, cholesterol numbers can be all over the place. Maybe you gain a little weight. Way to Wellness can help you out. Leslie, big football fan. She loves college football, and she loves our show. And you'll love her once you meet her. She owns Way to Wellness here locally. You go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. She'll give you a free consultation, no contracts, no sign-up fees, and get those numbers in line. Maybe jumpstart your weight loss with our friends at Way to Wellness. That website again, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Yogi Roth is our next guest. You see him on the Pac-12 Network. You follow him on Twitter at Yogi Roth, and you can read his book. It's a new book, 5-Star QB. You can get it right there, see everything right there on his Twitter handle at Yogi Roth. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Yogi? How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome, man. Thanks a lot. You write a book, 5-Star QB. You could make an argument. I don't know how far back I'd have to go to find the depth of quarterback that the Pac-12 offers us this year. It is pretty remarkable, the guys that will be rolling out this year.
Yeah, I started being a part of this league around 2003, and it's 20 years, right? And it's never been close. There's always been premier players: Aaron Rodgers, Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, Mark Sanchez, Joey Harrington, Marcus Mariota. You've had guys, but just to put it in context, last year in this league, 8 quarterbacks threw for 3,000 yards. That's happened once in the history of Power 5 football, and it was 2014. It was in this league, in the Pac-12. Well, 6 of those guys return. And you add in Shedeur Sanders, you add in DG Uiagalelei, you add in Drew Pine. It is a loaded league, top to bottom. It's going to make, and you guys know this because you're around it, but the fourth quarter, I can't wait. The last 5 minutes of every game, I think, will come down to decisions made by quarterbacks.
What's the best way to describe the emotion surrounding both UCLA and USC? This being their final year in that conference. To me, it's just so weird to see them going to the Big Ten. Again, geography means nothing when it comes to realignment now. But to see those two leave the Pac-12, which we all love Pac-12 after dark, and those are kind of the alphas there. It's just a weird situation.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you go back a year, if you guys had me on and we talked about it, the emotions would be way different, especially around June 30th when it really happened in the middle of the night. Nobody had a clue. There was no warning. Definitely not the way in which I think people would want to go about that if they went down that road again. But I think now it's already there. I think fan bases, they're going to feel the vitriol at every road game. USC always did. The interesting thing about both of those teams is, they've got great brands, great perceptions, great student athletes. I love both their coaches, but they only have one conference title between them in the Pac-12. So it's not as though they've been running through this league as the champs. They've just been, LA and all the attention. And I coached at SC, so I'm a huge fan of what that program is. But I think overall in the league, I think everybody probably wants to leave, make sure they leave on a sour note. I'd say from the respective schools that are going to compete against them. But I'll say this, it's been super professional. Even as a broadcaster, storyteller, nobody is saying don't cover them or don't show them love. Like, we want the best games. And I think that everybody in this league is a complete pro. And I think even on media days, you heard Lincoln Riley and Chip Kelly both say, there's nostalgia around leaving the league. They both, Chip grew up in this league as a head coach. Lincoln Riley came to coach in this league. Now they're going to have to leave. And I think they want to leave on the best note that they can. And everybody's been really professional. So not a lot of emotion now. But I'll say this, every time I'm on their campuses, man, I walk out and say, really? Like, they're in the Big Ten? It still doesn't feel right, even though it's reality.
Yeah, we joke every time we show a Lincoln Riley or a player interview. They do their interviews outside in front of the old backdrop, and we're like, you can't do outside interviews and be in the Big Ten. It just doesn't add up.
It's true.
It just doesn't add up. I'm interested because you work with Elite 11 quarterbacks, the book, and everything. Players you've seen in 20 years of covering the Pac-12 and coaching in it. Is there a trait that all these great quarterbacks share that you've seen? Is there one part of their DNA that you think great quarterbacks all share?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. We write about that a lot in 5-Star QB. The co-author is Trent Dilfer's chief of staff at UAB, Joey Roberts. So right down the road from you guys, if you head over to practice, go ping him up. He's got all the data in his brain somewhere. But you obviously have to be a passer. So let's just take that off the table. You have to be an elite competitor. Take that off the table. Just get to the conversation. And I really think in the research of the book and my path, it comes down to one word, and it's like, are you a seeker? When you walk into the facility, are you seeking knowledge, seeking answers, seeking ways to get your body, your mind, your spirit, your ability a little bit better? And I really think when you net out and look at the 138 5-star guys and who's made it, who hasn't, and they looked in the mirror, notwithstanding injury and things outside of their control, some would say, I didn't love it. I was just in it, and I was so big that I just stayed with it in terms of a recruiting standpoint. Or the guys that did make it, they just loved it a little bit more, and they seeked out that knowledge, those little things. And I really believe that. And when I think of the Andrew Lucks of the world, Marcus Mariota, you can see it on the Netflix documentary when you watch him, all the ones that have made it, whether they were a walk-on or a 5-star, they have that trait. And it carries over, whether it's Joe Montana and he's doing, financial capital investment. Like, he's the same way now. There's a great article in SI, I think it was last Super Bowl, about how he just hasn't turned that part of his life off. And I think everybody, whether they're 23 and just finished or they're in it right now, that is the trait that they're just seeking constantly to improve.
Yogi Roth with us, Pac-12 Network, at Yogi Roth on Twitter. See his book there, the new book, 5-Star QB. Also works with the Elite 11. I want to ask you a coaching question, and I want to give you a little background here to show you where I'm coming from. I have projected Dan Lanning as Nick Saban's replacement at Alabama. That said, there were times maybe in year one where he looked like a first-year coach. What do you agree with that? That maybe he's on a bit of a learning curve, and that is not uncommon for coaches, obviously, that it was on a bit of a learning curve last year. What is your outlook for Dan Lanning at Oregon?
Well, I don't know if it came out yet or not, but he's about to sign a big extension. It might have came out last night or maybe even this morning, but that's coming. So he's not going anywhere, at least for the next handful of years in my eyes.
Well, Saban's got at least a decade left, so you should know that.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. God, I mean, what
I think he'd blow that extension up to come to Bama, though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'll say this. I don't know if you guys remember this. So I've got next to me this stack of articles my dad sent me. I don't know if your parents have done that when they're cleaning out the house. And I'm going through it, and it's 2002, 2001, and it's Walt Harris turns down Alabama. And I played for Walter Pitt, and I'm just saying, wow, that's amazing. You start going down the list. I remember when Rich Rod took the job, didn't take the job. So I'd be curious when it shakes out of, everybody will have a ton of suitors. Who knows what college football will look like when Nick Saban's done? And it is obviously a premier job. But I think for Dan Lanning, to answer your question, I met him when he was a GA at Arizona State, and I knew his path from Pitt. He is a guy who really believes in like the loyalty side of coaching that we always hear at every press conference and don't always see when it comes to reality. So not surprised he wanted to sign an extension and will. And I think he'll be there for the next handful of years. I also think coaching profession is one where, we think these coaches are there for decades and it's like a 5-year run and it just feels like they're there forever. So who knows what it'll end up becoming for him. But that program is, I think, one of one in the country. And here's why. In the NFL, I believe that every franchise is known for its quarterbacks for the most part. In college, most teams are known for their head coach, right? You reference Nick Saban. You think at USC, you probably think of Lincoln Riley or Pete Carroll. Oregon's known for the brand. And that brand with the swoosh on it is just different than any other school in the country. Nobody can compete in the same lane as them when it comes to that, right? When you have Nike right down the road and all the support from Phil Knight, et cetera. So I think it's really unique in that regard. And I think they can win big. They clearly have recruited well. They've won big in the past. So I think he'll be there for a while. Regarding how he's been and learning curve, yeah, I think every head coach admits that. He's admitted that. He admitted that throughout the season, learning curve for him. But I don't see it slowing down. Like I think he's just going to keep growing and growing. And even joking around before we had him on our set at media days. So last year you're going so fast, you're truly drinking through that fire hose, and now like things have calmed down. And I think we look at him now and you're like, yep, he's the head coach of Oregon, been there for a minute, even though he's only been there for a little over a calendar year.
It's going to be strange seeing Chip Kelly at UCLA without Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And we were looking at odds yesterday, and Ethan Garbers is the favorite to start day one. But how long will it be before we see Dante Moore?
I don't know, and don't forget Colin Schley. I was over there in spring, and Chip's high in all three of them. You kind of got the guy who knows the offense inside and out, and Ethan Garbers. We all know what wins games. You can't turn it over. You need to create explosive plays. Colin Schley is a really dynamic athlete. I wouldn't be shocked if he had a role as a dual threat type of player. I mean, we know if you follow Chip Kelly and the creativity on offense, nothing should surprise you. And then Dante, you're right. I mean, he's as gifted of a player as they've had at quarterback in quite some time. And I remember when Josh Rosen was there. He's in the book that we've referenced a few times now. But Dante is really unique. He reminds me a lot of Caleb Williams, to be honest with you, in terms of how the players gravitate towards him. He doesn't have that type of mobility, but man, can he deal? I mean, he can hit every single spot, and he's really fallen in love with what UCLA has offered. This is a guy who's already on the honor roll. First semester, he acts like he's a vet. Coach Kelly called him the oldest 17-year-old he's ever met. So I think he'll be the guy there. But if Ethan wins the job, then the only reason Dante Moore becomes a starter is because UCLA loses. So I think this team is going to be sneaky. I think the floor for them is 8 wins this year. So we'll see. But I wouldn't be shocked if Dante won the job in camp. It's all going to be about what jump did he make from spring to now and his mastery around the run game, especially at UCLA, getting him in and out of the right play. But I wouldn't be shocked. All three of those guys, I think, have the ability, knowing Chip Kelly, he's going to play the best guy. He could care less about rankings and stars and all of that stuff. He just wants to win. And I think all three of those guys are great fits for him and the philosophical approach that he has.
Kenny Dillingham did a wonderful job with a friend of the show, Bo Nix, last year at Oregon. He doesn't get enough love probably for what Jordan Travis has turned into at Florida State going into this year. Now he's at Arizona State as a head coach. As a guy who has always liked that program here in the Deep South, I've always, for some reason, loved Arizona State. It seems like if I lived out west, I'd want to play in that place. Why is Arizona State not better at football more consistently?
Yeah, that's a fair question. There's a long answer to it, but to give you the brief version of it, at least my take on it now with Kenny Dillingham, is that I think, since I've been out here, it's been a sleeping giant. And they've had their moments where they've knocked off big teams. They knocked Oregon out of the CFP run. I think it was 2019. They've had their moments. They just haven't had that consistency. 2020 was the year it was all expected. Jaden Daniels, they had everybody coming back. And then, of course, the pandemic rocked their season, let alone everybody else's around the country. And then it kind of fell off under Herm Edwards there for a little bit. I'll say this, that now if I'm a recruit, to your point, and I want to live in a warm weather environment and I want to live in a city, in a metropolitan community, You used to sell UCLA and USC. Well, now if you're a West Coast kid and you want your parents to be able to drive to see you play, there's one option, and it's ASU. And I think with Kenny Dillingham and his approach on recruiting, on NIL, just the energy that he has, the staff he's put together, I actually think that this is the era that they can become the giant. Our league is going to stay together, whether it's 10 or expands, who knows. But ASU is going to be right in pole position. They can get guys in at the transfer portal. They've done a really nice job. Everybody talks about Colorado. Well, ASU's added over 50 players.
Wow.
So there's been a huge amount of turnover there. And I'm bullish on them. The challenge for them this year, it's kind of like Colorado's challenge, is they've got to face a league that's the most loaded it's been in 20 years. Next year, it'll be fun to talk about Kenny Dillingham and the Buffs even. Can they take a real run at the league championship? But there'll be a tough out for everybody. And the most impressive part about Kenny is that how he got this job was how he called plays. To your point, whether it was Travis or Bo Nix, that's what got him there. And he had the acumen to say, you know what, I'm not going to call plays.
Wow.
I'm going to be CEO in this thing. And, Chip Kelly, Jed Fish, Lincoln Riley, you can go down the list of offensive-minded college head coaches. I don't know many that have given up play calling. Steve Sarkisian, their first job, it doesn't happen. They keep it. And for Kenny Dillingham to say, hey, give it to Bo Baldwin, a multiple, two-time head coach, an offensive coordinator, and a bunch of years in college football, that to me spoke volumes of what he felt his job was to do in rebuilding this program.
USC so embarrassed final 2 games of the year. I mean, almost gave up 550 rushing yards. When you look at the Pac-12 championship game against Utah, you look at the bowl game against Tulane, you bring in guys like Bear Alexander, Kyon Bars. The defense, I think it's safe to say Alex Grinch, this is a pivotal year for Alex Grinch at USC. But how much improves should the defense be with these transfer guys coming in?
Dramatically, calling their first 2 games of the season, did their spring game, and it was a true facelift on their defense, especially in the front 7. To your point, they brought in multiple guys on the defensive line. They brought in multiple players, including Mason Cobb from Oklahoma State at linebacker. They're a different defense. Now, are they Georgia on defense? Are they good enough to shut people out every week like we were back in the day under Coach Carroll when you were scoring 50 and holding people under 10? Probably not. I don't know if that's the nature in this league, what their schedule is. This year they have to play Washington and Oregon. Last year they missed those. So it won't be easy, but they'll be dramatically better. And I'm a believer in Alex Grinch. Known him since he was at Washington State. You go back to his time. He was with Chip Kelly way back in the day when they were starting their careers in the Northeast. He's got the acumen. He's got all the tools. I was really impressed that Lincoln Riley didn't kind of cave to any of the noise around Alex Grinch after the 2 games that you referenced. This is a team last year that, quite honestly, to me, did much better than I anticipated, and they just ran out of gas at the end of the season. So I think they'll be better. I don't know if they'll win this league, though. I mean, they got the best player in the country. They got the best quarterback I've seen in my life in Caleb Williams. But these teams, these staffs, these schemes, it is not just play catch. I mean, teams are dicing you at the line of scrimmage. They're surgical throws. I mean, it is much better than people think, and a lot of the defenses are better than you think. And the run game will play in with the new rules in college football that I'm sure will have some sort of an impact, especially when we get late into ball games. But they'll be better. They were, you could call a healthy Caleb away from a CFP. If he's healthy in that title game, who knows if they just kind of go for it against Utah or if they can keep up the scoring back and forth. But they'll be in the mix, man. Both of these, USC, Utah, Oregon, Washington, I think Oregon State will find themselves in contention for this thing when we get into November.
I want to take you back in time now, back earlier in your career, over a decade ago, I think. The first time I saw a star was on your timeline. You leveled a girl by the name of Sam Steele at the time, Sam Ponder now, in a video. Do you remember that day? And did you know back then that she would turn into the broadcasting star that she is when you leveled her as she was trying to catch a pass?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should adjust the quote level. I mean,
that does sound that sounds a little aggressive.
It was a tap, But no, Sam, we started our careers together back at Fox College Sports, calling Kansas State, KU, Oklahoma State, just. The bottom third of the Big 12 is where we kind of cut our teeth and learned about broadcasting. And yeah, from the first phone call I had with her, you could tell that she was a rock star. It was a no-brainer. at every stage, and not surprised she's had the dramatic success that she has had on and off, the broadcasting career. So yeah, I knew she was a star. I'll tell you what, I go back to that day though at Stanford. I'll never forget it. It's pregame, and it was like Thursday we're there, and I'm like, I have an idea for the pregame show, and let's reenact how Washington beat USC with Jake Locker. UW upset the number 3 team at the time. This was Steve Sarkisian's first year. I think it was his third game, and he runs a little comeback route, and they celebrate Jake Locker and Jermaine Kearse, I think was the receiver, and they do a little like chest bump. So I was like, hey, Sam, let's do the celebration. We do it 3 times. They're all great. And our producer, who I love, his name is the best name I've ever come across in our industry, Maximo Castanova. He says, he goes, can you do one more? And I was like, sure. And we do one more. And I jump obviously early, and then Sam jumps, and then my hip kind of hits her in the shoulder. And it was like, bam. And I had never felt worse. We went right to the UW team doctors, like did everything I could to make sure she was all right, as it did everybody around her. And then it was Monday, and all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up. And I didn't realize that Fox decided to put out that YouTube video that has since gone viral. So I thanked Sam for me getting bullied and that carrying along. Here we are 10, 15 years later, man. So I appreciate the question. I'll make sure I text her after this that it keeps coming up.
Hey, you said Caleb Williams, best quarterback you've ever seen. Best college receiver I've ever seen, your roommate, Larry Fitzgerald. Devontae Smith had an incredible year a couple of years ago, but Larry Fitzgerald, the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, me too. I love when I go into locker rooms and talk to different teams about him, because they all ask, what was he like? And I always talk about who he was off the field, how he carried himself, how he knew he was going to be a pro from day one. Our first game, and I was, not only was I was the guy to make sure that I groomed him to take my position when he showed up as a freshman, but they also said, hey, make sure that he knows where he's going and kind of be that big brother per se. In our first game, we were playing, a MAC school, and, we win, and the game ends, and, you were allowed to put your warm-up suits on. You had to wear a suit to the game. You could wear your sweats afterwards. And he put his suit on, shirt and tie. And I went up to him and I said, hey, Fitz, you don't have to wear your tie. Like, you could put on the warm-up suit after the game. And he goes, no. He goes, people are going to know what I'm about from day one.
Oh, wow.
And you could tell now, like, he's always just been a professional. And when I tell that to locker rooms, I get the same response where they're like, oh yeah, like, it's the quote that every coach uses now, which is like, the way you do all things, or the way you do small things, the way you do all things. And that's Larry. Like, he was that guy, and he changed our team, whether it was, 500 jugs every day after practice, one-handed, let alone 3 feet from the jugs machine. Like, he just had all these ways about him. He didn't party, he didn't drink, he didn't go out. He was about his business, but he was really personable. If he lived anywhere outside of his dorm, it was the weight room. And he, again, like, he was a seeker. I've stayed with him many times when I'd go to Arizona to call an ASU game, and I'd always be like, what are you doing? And it'd be 8:15, and he'd be like, I'm going to bed. I'm like, you're a 10-year vet. And he's like, yeah, I got to make sure that I can beat these guys in the secondary, and I want to play for another 7 years at the time, or whatever it was. So he's always had a bigger picture in mind. He always knew his role. He never chased money. He never chased anything, other than his craft. And I think there's something to that now. And I know you didn't ask this, but I have a lot of empathy for players and their families now in recruiting, because they're often told to become like star chasers or social media chasers. And it's like, you just got to chase the craft. Like, all that stuff will come if you're really real. And if you're not, then okay, then acknowledge that if you are going to chase the stars, if you're going to chase the attention, then there's some stuff that comes with it. And for mom and dad, or for the athlete, like, be aware of that. Because you can't have it both ways, in my opinion. It's just not how recruiting goes, and if you want to play that game. So Larry was ahead of his time, and I love when he talks to locker rooms. He was just at Cal, spoke to their team. Like, he gets around the country, gets a couple different teams that would probably surprise you, and tries to inspire them and give back to the game that gave him so much.
As I look back on this interview, I think Yogi's going to get to the end and say that some of those questions went beyond prep for the interview and a little bit stalking. Like, we knew his roommate, the Sam Ponder video. I mean, I feel like maybe we came in a little too hot.
Well, I did no research on this interview. It's all off the top of my head.
Yeah.
When you said Yogi was on the show, I said, oh, he's the guy that leveled Sam Steele back in the day.
You still remember that. Okay. Yeah. Yogi, it has been tremendous, man. We appreciate the time. Good talking football with you. Have a great week.
Anytime, and make sure you guys give up some love to UAB.
Yeah,
and Trent.
absolutely. Yeah,
It's going to be an awesome year for them.
Yeah, he's on with us every week, and he has done nothing but sell an amazing vision so far.
Good. I love that guy, man. Just an all-time human. And it was there about a month and a half ago. And it's cool to talk to the players and see what he's building out there. So looking forward to watching them. Maybe do they beat on Georgia? What's the line there?
Tap the brakes. Tap the brakes.
Projected eighth in the American. If they're top half of the American in the transition with the way he's has to remake the roster, I think it'd be a great coaching job. Yeah.
I love it. All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. He is Yogi
Bye.
Roth. You see him on the Pac-12 Network. You can follow him at Yogi Roth on Twitter.
Yeah. You can tell that anytime you talk to people, like our buddy Neuheisel, people that love the Pac-12, that grew up Pac-12, there is some sadness, though, in their voice that it's not going to have that league. It will still be around, but it's not going to have USC and UCLA.
I mean, you say that, and I believe they'll find a way to survive. But without those two, I mean, really, the future isn't out.
And the saddest,
it's just not the same. It's not whole without those.
And one of the saddest things, this could be the most exciting Pac-12 year we've had in a long time, and it's just that cloud over it.
That's right. Our friends at Tough Dog, they can correct anything wrong in places like your garage. They did it for Brown as well, right?
They absolutely did. I was just thinking about it this morning as I walked barefoot through my garage, how good that floor feels from Tough Dog. It's that coated floor that you've probably seen maybe in some high-end places, and you thought that they can't do that in residential. That's commercial only. You're incorrect in thinking that. They absolutely can. It comes with a 15-year warranty, so they stand behind their product. And let me tell you how well they stand behind it. The first thing they do when they come to a garage or a basement floor or a pool surround is they check the cracks to make sure it's not like a foundational issue, and then they check the moisture because they don't want their product to fail. And if there are cracks or bad moisture situations, it could impact their product. So once you pass those two tests, they come out, they smooth it, they grind it down and smooth it. Then they put down the coating and the flakes you've pre-selected from their colors. They got a ton of options. They can even incorporate logos for corporations or teams. They can do that in your garage or your basement. Here's the main thing. It looks amazing. It feels amazing under your feet. It smells amazing. Makes your garage smell better, your basement smell better. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip, will not yellow in sunlight, will not crack or wear out like epoxy does. It is so easy to clean. ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That is TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. Or call Jared and the crew at Tough Dog, local Birmingham guys, 205-947-3639. 205-947-3639, ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to TimberlineGC.com, TimberlineGC.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at TimberlineGC.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES1.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Viewing menu time. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Life Art.
By the way, I agree with Jeff over there. I take the Dogs minus 40 right now against UAB.
It's a tough spot.
Man, how bad was that score last year? Or was that 2 years ago?
The last time we played them, it was pretty bad. I thought UAB maybe had a fighting chance and got behind early. They threw over the top of them.
Yeah,
which was shocking.
Stetson was just crushing them deep.
Yeah. I think Bill and the guys were planning on a run-it bruising type game in the trenches where UAB matched up with them really well, and they ended up throwing over the top. New Life Art brings us the viewing menu. Tyler's going to tell us what he was watching. Lunsford saying 56-7 was the score last time.
Right, yeah. It got away.
New Life Art's viewing menu, LT.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore has announced his next masterwork in oils. Legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. You can order right now. Go to danielmooreart.com. That's danielmooreart.com.
All right, tonight at 7 p.m. on the Paramount Network, you've got Django Unchained from Quentin Tarantino.
Great movie.
It's one of my favorite Tarantino
showed it to the
movies.
kids about a month ago.
Have you seen the video that Jamie Foxx has posted since it's his first appearance on his social media? I saw it on his TikTok and Instagram. He was talking about how scared he was when he was in the hospital, that was a real thing, and the reason there was no pictures or posting from him, he didn't want his fans or his family to see him with tubes in him and ventilator in him and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen him since, though. I mean, he still doesn't look like the same Jamie Foxx.
Did he say what actually happened?
He
or
did not.
Okay.
Not in that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speculation,
I know.
as you guys can
But I'm glad
imagine.
he made it. It sounded like it got pretty serious, yeah.
All right, and at 8 p.m. on CBS, you've got the 25th anniversary celebration of Big Brother, a Big Brother retrospective featuring behind-the-scenes details, house secrets, and unforgettable moments.
Boy, me and Dunaway were all in on that show early. I gave up quicker than you did. I hadn't watched Big Brother in a long time. But, boy, early on, it was a good show.
I stopped the pandemic year.
Yeah.
I saw one episode, and then I saw one episode of the Showtime After Dark or whatever. Didn't they do like an uncensored?
Oh, yeah. They would show, they would just leave the cameras on after dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was whatever happened. Now, I don't think it ever got salacious. I'm sure everybody was aware that I got to keep my clothes on.
I think somebody got drilled.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying I don't think you saw anything.
I mean, tough questions were asked, LT, yes.
Yes.
All right, and at 9:05, on Discovery Channel, you've heard of Cocaine Bear. This is Cocaine Sharks.
Well, we've heard this.
Lance, yeah.
LT brought this to our attention, not the show, but the conspiracy theory of that's why our sharks are going crazy in the Gulf now.
Well, there were major news outlets that actually had pieces out on this, and you said it's on Discovery Channel. So, I mean, smugglers dropping the cocaine before Coast Guard gets them. I mean, somebody's going to eat the cocaine, right?
Yeah.
Why not a shark?
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like we've made a leap there.
I will tell you, have you guys seen the drone video of dude fishing for cobia? And there is a bull shark in the area. No, a tiger shark. Or maybe it's a bull shark, one of the two. And it attacks the boat, not once, but 8 different times. And it's an overhead view because they've got the drone out.
Yeah, because let me go ahead and tell you, the shark might have attacked my boat twice, but that boat ain't going to be there for attack number 8. We're going. I got more speed than the shark does.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't think a boat can outrun a shark?
I mean,
not a Mako.
You're out of your mind. How fast does a Mako go?
Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of boat you're on.
I mean, we actually named some boats Mako.
Yeah.
I think that's a maker of boats.
I mean, I think most boats would outrun.
Yeah, I guarantee you.
Long term. I mean, the shark will get tired.
Exactly.
Right?
And Jaws
it will
didn't.
not. It never stops swimming, Brown. It never gets tired. Be like a shark. That's what he's watching now. You got one more?
Oh, I was just adding to the cocaine sharks. They're supposed to be investigating the bales of cocaine in the ocean. So what they're doing to avoid the ethical problems of actually dropping cocaine in the water, they have some substance that's supposed to simulate the dopamine hit that the sharks would receive if they ate the cocaine.
Oh, so we're gonna
it's going to be simulated cocaine.
We're gonna
sharks
Red
tonight.
Bull up the sharks tonight on Discovery Channel. That's
Wow.
what.
So can you get that dopamine without having to do something like that? That's interesting. I mean, if it's you know, or if it's synthetic that wouldn't, or non-synthetic.
There's some past SEC football teams that I would tell you that the synthetic thing shows you that it's not. That's
not gonna
good.
work.
Not good. All right, that's what he's watching tonight. Hemp Hill bringing you the show as well. We'll tell you about Hemp Hill in a second. Couple of really quick things. Spotify stock is down, but just if you wonder who's into streaming, we're very happy to have our podcast on Spotify. Yesterday, I told these guys to guess how many people were subscribers to Sirius XM Radio. Under 40 million paid subscribers there. Spotify, with stock down, 551 million people have a Spotify account.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Now, not all of that is paid, obviously. Like the one I use is free.
Oh, okay. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Not all of that's paid. I pay a premium.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are a lot of people that pay a premium because it's their music service. Like I use Apple Music, but a lot of people use Spotify, right?
Yeah, I do too.
551 million.
I got to get rid of that Apple Music.
Why? Because you got too many?
No, I just heard Spotify's better, and it seems like Apple, I'm getting and you guys probably have this too. When I get a charge, it pops up, and I'll just have random Apple charges pop up.
Ooh, you might want to check
Yeah,
who's
but
got
that's-
access to your deal.
Well, Apple Music is one thing, but those Apple charges are coming like for your cloud space or for an app that you're paying for or something like that. So it's not just Apple Music that those things are popping up for.
I mean, how much money is Apple making just
A
on the fly?
ton,
I mean,
yeah.
just dinging
A
everybody.
ton.
Didn't we just say the other day they were the first $1 trillion
Valuation?
Evaluation? Yeah. So, they're making some
Yeah,
money.
they're doing all right.
They're doing good.
Yep.
I mean, they're not Billie Jean King or anything, but they're doing okay. And, we've changed the name of Twitter for some unknown reason to X. Well, on Twitter, his name is photographer Gene X is his name. Gene X, Gene and the letter X.
Okay.
So he is at X on Twitter.
Yeah.
At X. And he has made it known to Elon Musk or anybody else, if Jeff Bezos or somebody wants to buy it from him, he is willing to, or Zuckerberg, if they want to get at Elon Musk,
right.
I am willing to sell you at X on Twitter now that Twitter is called X.
20 million is my minimum right there if I'm him.
Yeah. I mean,
that's
just
where
saying,
we start the discussion.
but I'm
20
just
million.
saying, he's going to make some money from somebody,
absolutely,
right?
Yeah, because he's smart to offer it to everyone.
That's right.
Because Elon Musk has a lot of enemies who would love to have X. Yeah.
So
I'd
they're
sell that in
keeping
a
the
heartbeat.
logo the same, the little bird, though?
No,
No,
it's
once
gonna
you
be an
update,
X.
it'll be X.
Yeah.
Oh, so I just, you guys have already updated?
Yeah. Well, I haven't updated, just
I
did it
haven't
for
updated,
me.
but
Yeah.
when I click on something, there's an X there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
We're going to.
it's not known as Twitter anymore.
Yeah. So Xus.
Yeah, X's at this. I'm Xing.
So dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of is, yeah.
It does seem that way. At X, though. Oh, Lunsford says at X belongs to Twitter now. So did the guy sell it?
I don't know if he sold it or not, but I just went to @X and it's Twitter's old account, but it's changed to @X and just X everywhere.
Wow.
Was it a power play? I mean, I'd be pissed off if I was him.
I mean, to be fair, Elon could just take it from him if he really wanted
He
to.
probably could.
Oh, there it is. At X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, I hope the guy made out like a bandit, but I'm afraid he did not.
I mean, we've worked on some logos before. I mean, my God.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
I think they say that's going to be the temporary logo.
Of course.
Of course, I really don't know what you do with an X.
According to every article I'm reading, he got $0 for it.
Ooh.
They just took it from him?
There's probably some fine print in that sign up, that end user license agreement that you just click through to go ahead and get to working. There's probably some fine print in there.
He said his name is Gene Huang, so I assume that's like a Chinese name.
Yeah.
He told Mashable in an email, I got an email basically saying they're taking it. There's nothing he could do.
Chinese name. That's from Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh, man, that's horrible.
Sucks for him.
His handle now is @X 1234567899875.
That's not confusing.
All right, that's the top of the hour. Back in the moment. Tell us about Hemp Hill, man.
Right now, Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus that free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the Next Round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES1.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com or call 205-273-8813.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, already on the show, 2, I think, really good interviews, but that's my opinion. You be the judge. Matt Moscana, if you're an LSU fan or like SEC football, good information from Matt. And also Yogi Roth on the Pac-12 and some other stuff that you can get wherever we're podcasted. Remember, like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up. Trent Dilfer yesterday at the American Athletic Conference, coming up in just a second. We played a couple of sound bites yesterday. This one, though, is getting great love on social media that Forrester sent out last night, and we will let you hear and get some reaction from that coming up in a second. You heard Yogi mention Trent Dilfer and his coaching staff, and he's a big fan of what Dilfer could potentially do down on the south side. We'll get to that in a second. Part of the show this hour being brought to you by the great folks at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. It is Charles Barkley's company. As LT gets ready to tell us about that, we always associate all of our sponsors with a lot of good times. All of you who watch and listen to our show have really blown us away in our 2 years together on buying our gear. Big shout out to one of our listeners, Hunter Hall. He and his wife, Sophie, just had their second baby. That's young John Collier on the left there, and big brother Graves there. So congratulations to Hunter on the newborn. Happened while we were at SEC Media Days. And we love you in the Next Round Gear, sending us those kids' pictures right there. And then Brown, your guy, Tua Tagovailoa, apparently has a little new addition to his uniform. He got some ink on his arm, some new ink. Tell us about this, Forrester. What are you seeing there? What's the tattoo? I can't make it out on the big screen here.
Oh, I'm not sure what it is. I just know that it wasn't there last season.
No, it's like the Samoan arm sleeve tattoo that you see a lot of the Hawaiian and Samoa guys with.
Okay.
Kind of part of their culture. So he got the full sleeve tattoo on his right arm. Obviously now he's left-handed, so it's his non-throwing arm for what matters.
Didn't want to get hurt getting a tattoo.
Well, yeah. So yeah, Tua got he's getting an edge to him, man.
Oh, look
he's
at
got that tattoo. That's a good looking tattoo.
That is a good looking tattoo.
He's going to put the Lombardi trophies on the other arm.
That's the one you should have gotten done away.
I don't have that muscle structure. You probably would have had a better chance of me getting the X's O diagram of him to Devontae on my arm before I would have done that. Yeah, second to 26. I think that would look good for somebody.
Like Tua's throwing from your wrist up to your bicep.
You don't think somebody's got that?
I mean, should we not give $100 gift certificate to our store if somebody gets the XO diagram of the pass with the ... in the air?
But again, I think somebody's probably already got it.
Okay, if you already have the second and 26 tattoo of the play diagram, we want to see that. Redmond Vodka, before we hear from Trent.
Their aim, color, and taste, it's just an incredible vodka. We were drinking it yesterday on the cocktail hour with Brittany Wagner and Kelly Hunter. Again, it's a locally owned and operated vodka. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. It's gluten-free. It's 8 times distilled. It's available in 22 states now. As for it by name, it is Redmont Vodka.
Again, Brownie called this, so despite my perception on the show, I like to give credit where credit is deserved. He said that Trent Dilford would be the star of the American Athletic Conference Media Day because he is really good at doing interviews. He's got a TV past and he's got an NFL legacy, so when he talks, people listen. It is, the proof will be in the pudding on what he does at his first time as being a college head coach. He was very successful in the high school ranks. Now he comes from the high school to college. Those paths have been, paved by other guys that have had some success. I don't know if it's instant success. We'll see what Trent does. But he gets asked about that and about people questioning him from outside the UAB building at the American Athletic Conference News Media Days yesterday. Here's Trent Dilford. It's a little long, but a lot of people are reacting to what he says here.
Given your unconventional path to becoming a head coach at the college level, do you think you're going to receive a little bit more scrutiny than your average Group of 5 or Power 5 first-year head coach?
Absolutely.
How do you prepare to deal with it? I mean, you've been a media guy. You're really good at it. So how do you prepare to deal with that kind of – there's going to be a double standard, good or bad. So how do you prepare to deal with that?
I don't want this to sound wrong. It's going to, so I'll just go for it. I don't care what you think, what he thinks, what Tom Herman thinks, what Nick Saban thinks. I don't care. I care what Jacob Zeno thinks, what Jackson Bratton thinks. I go to bed every night thinking about what they think about. I care about what my coaches think. I care about what my AD thinks. But I honestly do not care at all what is written about me, what's said about me, what's people in the hallway, whether they look at me, whether they like me, what they talk about their wives about me. I just don't care. I've been in the spotlight for so long. I've been booed out of stadiums. I'm known as the worst quarterback that's ever won a Super Bowl. I've woken up in the morning after saying something on ESPN and half the country hates you and half the country thinks you're their hero. I've been fired. I've had 4 careers. I just don't care. And I think there's freedom in that. There's also freedom in not needing the job. There's also freedom knowing that, I didn't have to do this. I was so happy at Lipscomb Academy. Like, couldn't be any happier. It was my wife that said, no, you need another challenge. Like, you need to climb another mountain. You're getting bored. So you put all that into context, and yeah, absolutely, I think, and they should. I didn't do it the hard way. I wasn't a GA, right? I didn't then become an analyst, and I wasn't a position group. I didn't have my own room. That's a big thing in college football. I got a room, right? I didn't coordinate. So how in the hell can I be a college head coach? I don't know. Somehow I'm here, and, my journey's been different than theirs, and I frankly don't care. If they like or dislike, then I'm here.
That is the only way you can be successful doing what he's doing. It really is. And I actually believe him saying that. I don't think that's just lip service.
Yeah, giving no Fs.
Yeah.
And that's where he is right now. And it is a nice situation to be in. He's got money.
Okay, that's another nugget I want to go on. But first on the I don't care what people think. You guys live your life better at that than I do. And I admire both of you for that trait.
But there still is a line. There is still, you can say that all day long, but there gets to a point where you do care what certain people say.
Well, yeah, it took me a minute to get there, Jim. And I appreciate the compliment, but it did because
and me too.
When I first started in sports radio and then with the advent of social media, it was very easy to get your feelings hurt what people said about you. And at some point I just decided if I am going to do this for a living, I'm going to have to not care what a guy in the chat room says about me that doesn't know me personally, what somebody on Twitter says about me that doesn't know me personally, what a caller, somebody on a message board says about me that doesn't know me personally. I care what Jennifer Brown thinks of me and what my kids think of me and what you guys think of me. People that I love, that I'm close to, that I care about, that I have a relationship with, that actually know me. I care what they think about me, and I care how I present myself to them. But, BH5634 on a chat room or whatever, if they hate me, they hate me. They don't know me.
Yeah.
Why would I care? I give, and this is essentially what Coach is saying. No, actually he's not. He's even going past this. I give my daughter 2 pieces of advice, my oldest daughter. If she were in here, I've said this on the show before, I know. If she were in here, she could say them without me even saying them. The easiest thing to control in life is your attitude, right? That's the easiest thing in life to control is your attitude. Have a good attitude. And number 2, don't worry about criticism from somebody you wouldn't ask for advice. And once I realized that that's how I should live my life, he's right, that's exceptionally freeing. If you don't worry about criticism from somebody you wouldn't ask for advice, just see how much criticism rolls off of your back. If you truly act that way.
It's a great way to live. Chris H. over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. So if he gets in the bad side of some media guys, they start trashing him, does he keep with the I don't care what they say attitude?
You better.
I think it's going to be interesting. I think if this team, starts 2-8 and people start trashing him, that he doesn't know what he's doing, it's going to be hard for him not to get sensitive.
Bill Clark didn't do it that way. You know what I'm saying? If they're 3-9 at the end of the year, they would be like, man, Bill Clark had this thing buzzing, and now you're 3-9.
But Gino brings up Coach Prime because he got a lot of criticism from people in the industry that he cut line because of who he was, and that's kind of what Trent's talking about there.
Oh, that's right. I mean, the same thing that Dion gets blasted for is what Trent Dilford is going to get blasted for.
Yeah, that he cut line. You didn't, and that's what he was saying. Like, I know I didn't come about it conventionally. I get it.
But by the way, Trent skipped a line further than Dion did. You're right. Dion went to the SWAC, an FCS level.
Because we laughed at Dion. I remember Luganville laughing, saying if Dion gets Florida State job, it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, Mike Norvell has done a good job, but I don't think anybody would be laughing right now if he'd gotten the Florida State job because, Dion looks very comfortable at Colorado.
I think you're going to
Florida State's a better job than Colorado.
I think you're going to see at Colorado. I don't know about that with Trent Dilfer yet. I don't know, but I think at Colorado you're going to see once we peel away the stuff that goes on around Dion. I think that guy's actually a pretty good football coach.
I mean, that's what Charles Kelly told us. We played the soundbite earlier this week. Charles Kelly says, You're asking me what is different between Deion Sanders and Nick Saban. I'm here to tell you what is the same.
Yeah, it might
between
surprise you.
Nick
right.
Saban and Deion Sanders.
Yeah. I think once we get past all that comes with Deion, and it just comes down to him. Now, look, I don't anticipate they'll be good this year. That's a build at Colorado. I'm not going to hold him accountable for what he does this year. But I think in the long run, you'll look back and say, yeah, Deion said a lot of things. He did a lot of things. There was a lot of show with him. But ultimately, the guy was a pretty good football coach.
That's right.
I think we'll say that one day.
They present it differently.
Yeah.
The dishes are presented differently, but they're prepared the same way. And Nick Saban, by the way, has never really cared what anybody thinks about him. He, at least publicly at times, I don't know if personally, but at times he doesn't care if he gets blasted by the media.
Yeah, but if the media ask him an off question, we've seen him get very defensive.
And he doesn't care when we all play those sound bites of him. He sort of leans into being the asshole sometimes.
And, of course, Trent, it's going to be different for him. He's not getting near the media spotlight that Nick Saban in Alabama get. I mean, this is far from a white-hot spotlight that he's operating in at UAB.
Look, now back to your other point.
Yeah.
He's got money. He doesn't need the job. Is that freeing, or would you rather have a guy who's hungry who needs the job?
I mean, you can look at it two ways. I mean, the hungry means more, I guess, at times. But at the same time, if you don't care about the criticism and you don't other people trying to boosters getting involved and you can just push those people back,
that's
there's
what
something
I said.
positive.
That's what I said I think will help Deion be successful. And I think Dilfer's the same way. Now, Dilfer's not going to encounter that at UAB.
That's right.
He
would love boosters getting
involved. That's right. He'd love to have a booster that's invested enough money that he thinks he should be able to be involved.
Give me $10 million and I will let you call a play. Yes, absolutely.
But he I think Dilfer's a little bit in that same boat, Lance. I think if a booster did try to come and say, you need to do it this way, he could tell him, I don't have to have this job. Y'all can fire me today if you don't like the way I'm doing it.
But I do see your point. I mean,
hungry's good, but also hungry, and I will just speak from personal advice. When you need the job, when you're hungry and you're desperate for the job, you can make mistakes too. I mean, you can put so much pressure on yourself that you make mistakes. It can be freeing not to need the job too, to where you can really go with your instincts and not feel like you have to. Oh, it's 4th and 1. I'm on my own 41. I probably should kick here because if I don't get it, then I could lose my job.
Well, I'll use a golf analogy here in the Live Tour, right? So that Live Tour, some of those guys got a bundle of money, and what have you seen them do when they get into the majors? They're not even hardly there.
Other than Brooks Koepka, yeah.
And there's the example. Brooks Koepka got a ton of money, right?
He wasn't there for the Open.
Well, he won the PGA, Lance.
I know, but I'm saying this last week.
Oh, my God. I'm not going to hold him for one event.
I started it.
He needed it.
Oh, of course. I know that's the way it goes. But, I mean, would you say Brooks Koepka's lost his competitive edge?
Oh, not at all.
But would you say some of those guys have?
Some of them have.
Yeah, so
Dustin Johnson.
I don't even know what
it feels like Dustin Johnson has, and Phil Mickelson, too. I mean, Mickelson won the PGA just a couple of years ago, and you almost –
and that goes back
now
to,
he contended at the Masters.
I think that goes back to Yogi. What Yogi said in the interview. If you're a seeker, those people that no matter how much money they make, they're still trying to be the best that they can be, no matter what they're doing. Whether they're doing a Skechers commercial like Joe Montana, or whether they're preparing a football team like Deion or Nick or somebody like that. I just thought it was a really interesting clip from there at the American yesterday. UAB's Trent Dilfer Forrester found it, showed it to me, and I was like, "That's fascinating."
No, he's a fascinating
discussion.
watch. He and Deion both.
So, better chance Trent leaves being fired or bigger job? And I know we've got him on weekly. I think it's a better chance he gets fired.
I mean, that's the odds you're playing with any coach, just about, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, almost.
Caleb's asking what the ceiling is. I think the ceiling's 6
this year.
Yeah. Oh my
this year?
goodness! They won
if they're
6 games.
I think if they're 6-6,
he's my American
coach of the year.
Coach of the year.
But I mean, that's the ceiling. I mean, if everything broke right, I mean they've got like 2 give-me's, don't they?
Yeah. If absolutely everything breaks right. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be semantics here, but I think Dilfer will be the type that would step away. I don't think he'd get fired because again, he's not coaching it out because he needs this.
Yeah. And by the way, Mark Ingram. He also hears this, the AD.
Yeah.
It was an unconventional hire. So if you fire him, then it looks like you made a mistake too.
Yeah.
So he'll get
plenty of time.
He'll get some time.
And they've historically been patient with coaches. I mean,
Yeah,
they've let coaches coach. I don't think UAB's in a position to pay big buyouts. I don't know what Dilfer's contract buyout wise looks like. I haven't seen that, but they're not exactly flush with cash that they can start paying buyouts.
Where's Brian Vincent?
He went to New Mexico State. I think it was New Mexico State.
Couldn't be further apart.
Opposite directions.
I think he's at New Mexico State. I texted with him right after he got the job. I think he's offensive coordinator out there.
Yeah,
Greg's right.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. He's LT does not give a
no.
Who?
No.
Oh,
yeah.
Trent doesn't care what I think.
Well, he doesn't. But let me tell you what. If a major college football coach cares what we say or Feinbaum says or anybody says,
you're worried about the wrong thing.
You're in the wrong profession.
Yep.
And you're right, Dunaway. You're spending time worrying about crap that you shouldn't worry about.
Yep.
That's why I've never understood how these guys let Paul get under their skin. I'm like, you're more powerful than Feinbaum. Why you care what he says? Why are you firing back at him?
Yep.
You're a freaking SEC football coach. Act like it.
All right. I just, I love a good soundbite, and that was one from Trent Dilfer. We've talked a lot of sports psychology today, haven't we? With Yogi and a little bit there with
Billie Jean King.
Billie Jean King early on, one of the greatest women's.
By the way, our friend Charlie Vitella sent Bobby Riggs did achieve something. He was the number one tennis player in the world in 1939.
Yeah. So there you go.
They played an event in the 70s.
They did. I think it was early. Howard Cosell was there, so he was still alive. Astrodome sold out, so we didn't have a lot to do.
Well, the Astrodome wasn't built until the early 70s, right?
Late
I think
60s?
that's right.
Late 60s, maybe. All right. Part of the show today being brought to you by Gutter Cap. We'll do trash coming up in the next segment here. And still a lot more to do in the show. We'll circle back around to our number 5 team in the 40 and 40. That is LSU today. And then we get to the top 4, the teams that you all project in the playoffs, and our final 4 teams coming up. Tell us about Gutter Cap.
It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Once they put it on, you'll never have to clean those gutters out again. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Call my friend Chris Stewart at Gutter Cap, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. He'll come out and give you an absolutely free estimate, there. GutterCapBirmingham.com for more information. Cap it, don't snap it. It is Gutter Cap.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour of the show right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's champy'schicken.com. Of course, if you can punch us up here, Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. champy'schicken.com as we continue on Highway 119 in Alabaster. A little stalemate there, a little face-off. Forster and I have been at odds since we rode to Nashville together and back. We've been fighting with each other. So, little détente this morning where he brought me coffee.
Détente?
So, yeah.
So,
the Cold War is over.
Was that the olive branch, Scott?
I mean, it was Wednesday. It's kind of like my my obligation on Wednesday.
Obligation, okay. Yeah. That'll send the relationship back into a cold place.
Just doing the assignment.
Yeah.
So I don't get fined.
Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful place down there. Sterling owns and operates and runs it over a decade there at that location. Champy'schicken.com if you'll jump on there and check out the full menu. But we always tell you, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the Southern fried chicken, all the great sides. Sterling works really hard. Brines the chicken. It's cooked to order, comes out piping hot. Check it out, champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. And when you swing by there for the first time or for the second time or for the 100th time, drop us a picture. We always love seeing when you go by Champy's and what your order ends up being. More LSU later in the show. We'll get to trash in just a second. Braves last night lose 7-1 to the Red Sox, but an unbelievable 8-3-5 triple play. You don't get that very often.
Some of the worst base running I've ever seen.
Sadly, to get a triple play, oftentimes it is either the freak runners at first and second or bases loaded, hard bouncer to third, where he grabs it while stepping on third to second to first. That's the most common triple play.
Right, and this is a situation where there's obviously nobody out. It's a ball that I don't even know why you would think off the bat it was going to drop.
Right.
And the runner, it's always halfway and freeze. The runner is 3/4 of the way down the line. It's a shallow play for the center fielder.
Was it Michael Harris? He grabs it on the run, then quick throw to first gets him, and then the guy on second thinks, well, maybe I can beat it to third.
I mean, it literally was like a Little League base running situation.
Spencer Strider on the hill tonight for the Braves, 6-10 back at Fenway. Also, the Reds beat the Brewers yesterday. They're back to within a half game, so it doesn't seem like the Reds are going away. They're still in there. And the Phillies rallied and beat the Orioles. That was the one you were talking about earlier that upset the lock.
Yeah, I've got a lot coming up on Brewers Reds at 1:10 today.
1:10 lock coming up. So go to lanceslock.com to take care of that right now. And we get to trash here every day on the show. If you're new to our show, like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up as we do trash here. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. MortgageRight.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239. equal housing lender.
Chase asked how we got that clip. I guess he's talking about what Tyler just played.
Brown's phone.
I videoed it on my phone. We were doing our show from Lance's house. Dunaway was in studio, and somebody was cutting trees next to Lance's house.
Dunaway would have died if he would have been where
God,
we were.
It was so loud.
We start first. Shamika Morris, fashion designer mom from the USA, has raised eyebrows by sharing pictures of her baby covered in tattoos on Instagram.
Are these real tattoos or are these those fake ones you can get down at Alvin's Island?
Now, the intriguing aspect, these tattoos are only temporary, but they haven't escaped criticism. Starting the tattooing process with when her son was just 6 months old, Morris proudly displayed this head-to-toe inked look, igniting a viral sensation that triggered both strong criticism and backlash online. Now, despite revealing that the tattoos were temporary, public opinion remained divided. Unfazed by the judgment, Morris boldly expressed, quote, "For the people that judge me, I don't care because this is a lifestyle that we enjoy," end quote. This is kind of a Trent Dilfer-like. You can say what you want, I don't care. Dunaway, what do you think about the tats? I like the shell on the sleeve of the jean jacket.
There's a lot going on in that photo.
So you're telling me that it's temporary, but like it's real ink?
That hairdo is like Cubert. Do you guys remember the game Cubert?
I do remember Cubert. You're right.
Like,
I can't. Yeah,
like the what was it? Used to be hemp or whatever. You
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
to like.
Yeah, I can't remember what they're called, but you can get them. A lot of people get them at the beach, and they do last a little while. Yeah.
Now, my only concern would be, is as you're young and developing, do we really know what the skin is absorbing?
Right.
That is a concern.
I'm about to get to that. However, the internet's disapproval persisted. She shared the emotional toll the criticism took on her. Remember, she didn't care. Now she does. The reaction has been terrible. It hurts my feelings because I'm not a bad mother. Now, the controversy surrounding tattooed babies isn't entirely surprising, given the traditional associations with permanent body art. Concerns were raised about the safety of the temporary ink or chemicals for the baby's delicate skin.
Oh, the mom's got to look.
I think hers are real.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah. I would.
What's the little man got in his hand?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to
I
it.
think in one of the other pictures, it looked like one of the little paper fans.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Wow.
Well, it's hot there.
I mean, how much money do you spend to get matching outfits with your toddlers?
I mean, that's steep.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say it. My kids have been deprived. We have never worn the same thing. We do not have matching outfits at the Dunaway house.
I believe her outfit's made by Chanel, which is, I don't think that's cheap.
Pull back, too. Is that numbers on the door?
Oh, wow. You're going to go pay a visit?
No.
You can't get
there.
Can't get there.
Wisely cropped.
Yep. It's the only thing wisely cropped.
I am going to say that
we walked all over that one.
She is not a saver.
Yeah. Neither am I.
Arizona firefighter has been charged with arson after allegedly confessing to setting multiple fires across 2 counties over the past few weeks. Authorities identified Carson Nutter, great name there, 18 years old. Boy, he looks older than 18.
He's got a little, is it Bert or Ernie that's got the unibrow? He's got that look. Is it Bert? Is that the yellow one?
I think it's Bert.
Yeah, the yellow one. He looks a little bit like Bert.
Is it Cro-Magnon that has that kind of face? the mouth, that mouth area?
Need to clean that up. I mean, he's almost got cauliflower ear, too, like he's been in the octagon.
Yeah, he could be a boxer, yeah.
Now, he is the key suspect in this investigation of 8 arson events, 4 structure fires, and 4 wildfire fires since June 15th.
I mean, honest to goodness, Lance, with that look right there, if during the pretrial hearing, if he told the judge, "I'm just a caveman, a simple caveman." What do you mean starting fires?
Your car's scaring me.
Now, Nutter was booked on 3 counts of arson of a structure or property, aggravated criminal damage, and 5 counts of false reporting to law enforcement. His bond was set at $2 million. Now, deputies say Nutter told them his motives of setting the fires ranged from boredom, retaliation against a former employer, chasing a thrill, and setting fires to some abandoned homes for being, quote, ugly.
He needs a bottle of Red Mont vodka. He's bored.
It does seem like a lot of work,
Speaking of stupid, while you have some, I mean, this guy's a fireman reporting fires and starting fires and stuff.
Right.
Kansas offensive lineman Joe Kraus is charged with aggravated criminal threat, cause terror, and several more. As he allegedly, he's charged with calling in a bomb threat. by the way, to the Kansas football facility.
He didn't want to practice that day?
I guess he didn't want to work out last night.
Wow. Is that grounds for suspension?
I'd say so.
You know how many snaps he's taken in 2 years?
How many?
Felony, by the way.
0.
Yeah, it'll be 0 moving forward, I would imagine.
He will not play.
So I go back, Scott. I think I hit it, right? I mean, that is Bert. He and Bert look a lot alike.
They really do.
I mean, they are almost twins.
Yeah, if he would cut his hair and let it grow out the top and shape it up like that.
That's right. Well done, Scott.
We've got a Florida man arrested last week after a deputy clocked him driving more than 120 miles per hour.
Well, what was the speed limit? I'm going to need to know that.
Was not a Georgia player, by the way.
Yeah.
Just after midnight, July 19th, deputy spotted a Nissan Murano traveling at a high rate of speed on Interstate 75 in Naples. Now, the deputy's radar showed the driver was speeding at 117 miles per hour in a 70-mile-per-hour zone. Deputy tried to pull the driver over, but they refused to stop. The deputy noted in the driver's arrest report that he was traveling over 120 miles per hour in an effort to catch up to the speeder. The driver, later identified as 22-year-old Gary Miller, allegedly pulled off the highway. On the next exit, continued driving away from the deputy. Now, the deputy wrote in his arrest report, quote, "It was apparent to me that the driver was attempting to flee from a marked patrol vehicle. Eventually, Miller allegedly pulled into a neighborhood, but it was gated, so he got stuck. The deputy was able to block him in the community's entrance. Miller then immediately opened the driver's door and exited the vehicle with his hands in the air, according to the arrest report. Deputy handcuffed Miller, placed him in the back of the squad car. Inside the car, he told the deputy he panicked when he saw the police lights behind him. Miller allegedly told the deputy he was on his way to the casino in Fort Myers. However, the only casino in the area was east of his location, not in Fort Myers. Dispatch pulled up Miller's driving record and discovered he has only a learner's permit, according to the arrest report.
Looks a bit old for just the learner's permit.
On his way to jail.
Progress. I mean, if he can hold on to 120, I think he passes the test.
Miller allegedly told the deputy that, quote, "it felt like he was in Grand Theft Auto."
Yeah. A lot of similarities, I'm sure.
In Fort Myers, I need him to pick up Red.
I was about to say, get Red here in no time.
Yeah.
Go get back here fast.
Yeah.
Oh, Red will be like, I am glad I'm at your house now.
And finally, police...
Red would get here and his hair would be like this. Hey, glad to meet you, Lance.
Head out the window the whole time.
Thanks for adopting me.
Police in Lakewood searching for a suspect that wanted for nearly stealing $5,000 worth of women's bras and panties over the last 2 years.
Wow.
Detectives said the man has committed at least 26 thefts from various laundry rooms on each floor of his apartments between August 21st and May of this year.
My balls were hot.
Police department asked for help
I understand.
on Twitter in identifying the man, saying, quote, "Please contact Detective Mon if you can identify this person wanted for stealing over $4,000 worth of laundry, primarily women's bras and underwear."
I don't get it.
I don't either, Jimmy. I don't know what you're doing with that.
I'm going to say he's got some bigger issues than this.
Think so?
Yeah.
5,000, that is a lot.
I can't imagine underwear. A friend of mine dropped a sock on the golf course the other day. I picked it up with a 7-iron. I wasn't even going to touch it. And they were clean, but I was like, not enough detergent, my friend. Here you go. Here's your sock back.
Oof.
I think you got a sexual predator walking around those apartments.
I think we probably need to keep an eye on old boy. I agree with you.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
LSU will give us his, LT will give us his LSU 4 downs and a lot more coming up in the next segment. One other note right here. And then I'd love to see how the world's going to react to this. But today I read a story from Tim Graham, who covers a certain NFL team for The Athletic.
Okay.
And 53-man roster. We're in the starting camp, and there will be cuts along the way. And if I tell you that this guy is projecting on the cut line what could be a very controversial cut, if I tell you the team, can you name me the player?
I think I could, yes, if it's going to be controversial. Give me the team.
He covers the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, DeMar Hamlin's going to have to fight for his job. It's a brutal business they've chosen, but, I mean, that's the way it works.
He is projecting. He says he is at best at camp the second best backup safety. So he's not even the backup safety.
So that means you better be a special teams demon.
He's the second best backup safety. Sometimes they dress 4 safeties, and he is projected to be the 4th or 5th safety on the team. Oftentimes they dress 3, and he is laying the groundwork, Tim is at The Athletic, that the feel-good story, all the way from the night on Monday Night Football to the ESPYs, may get cut.
Still, a lot of camp left. I would say this, he's probably not 100% still.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I just don't know that he can get back. I mean, we saw this with Deion Kane, who got signed yesterday. I can't remember who signed him. But Deion Kane was tearing it up for the Stallions, and we made the point on the show after the championship game. That shows you how thin the margin is between in the NFL, out of the NFL. Like, they can't cover Deion Kane in the USFL. He couldn't make an NFL roster.
Yeah.
Now, he's back to give it another run.
I just don't think the Bills will cut him. I think worst case, I think they put him on practice squad.
I guess, but I mean, that's 7 spots, I think.
You know, the thing is, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there when it comes to DeMar Hamlin. If he does get cut, probably hear the real story.
Oh, if he gets cut, I imagine he gets cut with a nice little thank you gift from the NFL. Because, I mean, I would have to think there could be, I don't know that it would be successful, but there could be some future litigation there for him. If he gets cut, never know. If he could sue and say the NFL put me, they ignored this, and this. They put me in a difficult workspace. I almost lost my life because of it.
Volfan 205 is right. He brings up how Devon Still was cut 2 months after winning the same ESPY. Hamlin
That's right.
did.
That's
Remember,
exactly
Still's
right.
daughter had cancer.
Yeah. It's a brutal business they've chosen.
And he's quoted in this story saying, I've lived it. 53-man roster is a hard line. And he goes, I don't blame anybody. They're in the business of trying to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they're trying to put the 53 players. My mind wasn't on camp at the time as I was trying to make the team. My mind was on my daughter in her battle with cancer. And he sort of, in retrospect, understood it, at least his quotes in this story.
I'm just telling you, if I'm Roger Goodell and Hamlin gets cut, I make sure he's taken care of, because I'm not even if he doesn't want to sue me, he could make some really bad PR for the NFL. And I don't want that, So if I'm Goodell, he gets cut with this.
That was one of the weirdest interviews that he did with Strahan.
Who?
DeMar Hamlin,
Yeah.
When he directly asked him the question, he didn't answer it.
Yeah. Michael says, you think they would cut Tua after those concussions?
No, he's a quarterback.
Yeah.
And when he's really, really good, I mean, that's the difference. Tua's obviously the best quarterback on the team. This guy is, at best, the second best backup safety. I mean, if this guy were every bit as good as the starting safeties, we wouldn't be discussing this with Hamlin.
By the way, off of the Bronny James, who continues to improve in stable condition, if you watch SportsCenter last night and today, the authorities that they went to on heart issues in athletes were out of UAB. Two doctors were in the double box on SportsCenter with Michelle Still from right here in town at UAB. If you think UAB is not one of the, if not the most, one of the most respected medical schools in the country, that's where they went on this big study on the athlete's heart. All right, when we come back, we will jump in to LT's conversation about LSU a little bit more. You'll actually hear from Jaden Daniels as well. That is up next right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. 3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on The Next Round. Show being brought to you in part this hour by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. As we continue to get you ready for the football season, remember the folks at Champy's can handle all your tailgating. Imagine a big platter of chicken fingers. Those chicken fingers are hand cut. Maybe a big platter of the tamales, Mississippi Delta tamales. Take those to your tailgate or take them home to watch football Saturdays when they return in just 31 days for college football, less than that. Coming up in the NFL preseason. So get to Champy's, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. Cut number 6 is Jaden Daniels here. He is the returning starting quarterback for the LSU Bengal Tigers. They're our number 5 team today in our 40 and 40. And one thing they want to do better is stretch the field at LSU. Here's Jaden Daniels about taking the top off.
Coach Kelly identified in spring that downfield passing was a big part of maybe unlocking another level to Coach Tim Brogg's offense. Do you think you've progressed a lot in that way in the spring and the summer? And what do you think you can do that can take that offense to the next level in the fall?
And I mean, that's to answer your question. I feel like that's what we need to do to take the offense to the next level. I feel like we can have a top offense in the country. Going out there and we have the guys we have the talent out there. Guys are special to go out there and really make those plays. Just this summer, we've just been working hard at it, working hard at our timing. And even when we do our player-led practices and stuff like that, we're giving the guys opportunities to go make plays. So that's the biggest thing that I say that we could take that leap to make the offense more explosive.
Yeah, you start taking the top off, that frees up. I know they don't want him to run as much, but when you got the ability to get out the back door when the field's spread out, Jaden Daniels, somebody to watch. They're number 5 in our preseason 40 and 40 countdown. And that gets us to our 4 downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Slice.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations. Remember that carry-out special, 7 nights a week. You can get the 12 fire-baked wings, 2 specialty pizzas, half pan of salad. It's only $75. That's all 4 locations. The original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
More total touchdowns, Jaden Daniels or Derek Carr?
I think I would go. That is a tough one. I'm going to go Derek Carr. I think that's the best team in that division. I think Carr has a little bit of a revival in New Orleans. I think they'll win the division. I'll go Derek Carr. It's tight, though.
But it usually, even though the difference in the games, the college touchdowns are more than the NFL touchdowns.
For a highly productive college quarterback.
And Jaden Daniel had 11 rushing touchdowns last year. That's a lot.
But he only had 17 passing.
Yeah, so 28. But 28 probably gets you what? bottom third, but still not last in the NFL. Right?
Yeah, probably middle.
Yeah, give me a good year for Derek Carr. If you just said Derek Carr had a good year at the Saints, 33,
33, 34.
Yeah. I'm going to go Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I think I would too.
You look at that schedule, games like Grambling.
Yeah.
But the flip side of that is, Brown, you bring this up a little bit, is that you do have Garrett Nussmeier. You want Garrett Nussmeier to be happy, so Jaden could be coming out of games when they get out of hand, which takes away a few touchdowns.
And nobody ever comes out of NFL games. Starters play to the very end.
Yeah, I think I would go Derek Carr here.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Jaden Daniels.
Second down. More total touchdowns. Chris Olave for the Saints or Malik Neighbors for LSU?
Olave's poised to be, he's on everybody's, if he hasn't already broke out yet, but he's on everybody's breakout list this year to have a big year because Derek Carr is there. This will be
Olave. I will say Olave was open nonstop last year on deep routes.
Right.
And they just didn't have a quarterback that actually could drop it in.
And that's what I'm saying. This will be his best quarterback situation, obviously, since he's been in the NFL.
And as good as Neighbors was last year, only had 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, I'm going to go Olave here.
Third down. I'm going to go Olave too.
Okay, there's third down.
I got that. More total sacks. Harold Perkins, who we were told earlier is going to move inside, but I still think he is going to be a guy that inside or outside is going to be able to get to the quarterback.
But they're moving him to the inside, remember, because he is so speedy that they think that he can cover both sides of the field.
Yeah.
If you have him on the right side, pick him out wherever he lines up, then you can scheme away from him.
Yeah, or Cam Jordan for the Saints.
We're doing sacks here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll go Harold Perkins.
I think I'm going to go Cam Jordan.
Yeah, I'm just usually right. The scheme, usually the pressure for sacks comes off the edge, is what you traditionally think. But the best pressure you can bring on a quarterback is pressure in his face, up the middle.
It is. I just wonder, how big is Harold Perkins?
Oh, 230?
He seems a little slight to play inside, but they're college coaches. I'm not. But that was when Matt Moscana told us that earlier. I was like, he just didn't seem like he had the size to play inside.
Yeah, but
he's listed at 220 last year.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
I would say that he's probably a little bit bigger.
I'm going to say though that college quarterbacks are worse at getting rid of the football.
Yeah.
More sacks in college, in my opinion. I'm gonna take Harold Perkins.
Fourth down.
Who gets back to the playoffs first, Saints or LSU?
Well, it's starting next year. It's going to be. The question will be: do the Saints make it this year? And I guess I got to be consistent. I think they win the division.
Yeah, they are the favorite to win the division.
I'll go Saints.
Yeah, I would go Saints too because I think they win the division. Though I think LSU will have a better year than the Saints do.
Yeah.
But I'll go Saints.
I think I would go LSU here. It's so difficult to get to a college football playoff, but I'm going to stick with Carolina winning that division.
That is our 4 downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Slice.
Yeah, started by the late Jeff Bajaya. Just an incredible concept. It's the best pizza out there. His brothers, Jason and Chris, continue the legacy. Get in, see them, tell them the next round sent you. For more information on that incredible pizza, stop by one of the 4 locations or online, slicebirmingham.com.
Rematch of the 2019 Women's World Cup tonight in group play. USA and the Netherlands, 8 o'clock on Fox. Winner advances on to knockout stage. The Americans are still the favorites. They beat them in the World Cup finals in 2019 in the Netherlands without Mia Dima, who is the best player for the Netherlands. 8 o'clock tonight in that rematch of the 2019 World Cup finals. Northwestern at Big Ten Media Days today. The players did not go because of the hazing and other lawsuits that are pending, and they did cut off questionings for David Braun, the interim head coach, after 4 questions. So as they were starting to ask question 4, the Big Ten said this will be the last question for Coach Braun. I have not seen it. I would imagine all 4 of them were about that situation.
I would think so. How bad did it suck for him to have to do that? The guy has been basically there 6 months, gets handed the head coaching job in the worst of circumstances just about, and now you got to be basically the first football face available to answer questions about it. The only people that have talked is the president, maybe the AD. He's the first football person to have to answer questions, and this guy barely has been in the program.
That's the statement from the 3 players that were supposed to attend, had already been announced, and they decided after talking to their parents they would not go today to the Big Ten Media Days. That last paragraph, we are proud members of the Northwestern football program and want our on-the-field performance and off-the-field conduct to always reflect the values of the university and our fans. Go Cats. That from the players today who opted not to go to Big Ten Media Days. And then David Braun, the interim coach, getting paid to be there, but he hasn't been there long enough to be able to answer questions about everything that went on. Had 4 questions asked, and they moved him along at Big Ten Media Days. And he, in that situation, didn't go, 4 questions? Is that all I have?
Yeah, but
4
I think,
questions?
it's one of those things.
Last too.
Even in the Big Ten media where you've got some major markets there, those are just questions you don't ask an interim guy, right?
Oh, he can't answer them.
Yeah, I mean, there's
ongoing legal stuff.
Yeah.
But also, I wasn't here, so I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I was in North Dakota State or wherever he was.
Yeah.
I was there last year.
Yeah, and for mine and Bobby's ongoing scientific experiment, we probably can shut this one down now. Oklahoma beats Texas for an offensive lineman, Eugene Brooks. So it was only a 3-star, but it was a battle of Oklahoma and Texas, and Oklahoma wins that one again. So the last 2 we've done, it's been Oklahoma over Texas and Oklahoma over another pretty good program. I think it was Oregon maybe. Top of the hour, one more full hour to go. Let's start the next hour off with some bold predictions. Anybody in on that?
I love them. Let's rate how bold they are.
Yeah, and some of them are capital BOLD. I've already pre-looked at these.
Oh, really? Some Super Bowl predictions.
Yeah. Is this all NFL related?
All NFL related.
But ours too?
Oh, we're not giving them. You're going to react to these.
Okay.
We'll save that for another show.
Okay.
All right, but there is one prediction that says 0-17 for one team. Let's see if you can guess it. It's when we come back right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Day baseball about to crank up. Royals and Guardians, Mariners and Twins, Marlins and Rays this afternoon as well. And you've got a 110 play at lanceslock.com.
Yeah. I mean, I can go on and give it out. I'm playing the Brewers tonight. Today. They've got a half-game lead over the Reds right now in the Central, and I am playing the Brew Crew today.
Okay. Reds got him last night to cut it to a half game. That's starts in an hour. He's got the Brewers. If you want to go play that, that's free at lanceslock.com, lanceslock.com. This hour starts off being brought to you in part by our friends at A+, Brownie.
They're the group that redid my master bath, Lance's master bath. They're going to get to work on Lance's kitchen as well. Listen, when you shop for a home, when you're looking for a home, chances are you notice the kitchen and the master bath. So when you sell a home, what do you think is going to get the money back? Kitchen and master bath, right? Well, you're taking a look, if you're watching this on video, photos of the bathroom that we bought in our house. And it's not a terrible bathroom. It's just not what we wanted. So my wife decided she wanted to redo it. And she scoured the internet, find the right person for the job, talked to contractors, people that had used contractors. We found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so thrilled we did. You're looking at some after photos now. And basically, we just shared our vision with Brad. That was a very white, light bathroom. We kind of wanted darker colors. Scott's going to show you Lance's bathroom. Lance's was very dark. He wanted lighter colors. That shows you that Brad's doing it the way you want it done. You give him the idea, he casts the vision, and he does great work. And what we found, and I cannot believe this, he does great work at a price lower than the vast majority of bids we got. It's great work, though. His crew is phenomenal. A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I'm going to give you his number. Anywhere in Alabama, he can help you. 205-422-1758. Master bath, kitchen, he does it all. 205-422-1758. If you miss anything, reach out to me. I'll get you in touch with Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling.
Did you get a new toilet?
No, same toilet.
Okay.
We had a relatively new toilet already.
Gotcha.
Very personal question.
I thought
just asking.
If I'd asked the question, Lunsford, what would the reaction of the room been if I had asked the question, did you get a new toilet in the
I actually think that's a normal question to ask if you're getting a new bathroom.
We're doing the A+ read, and then LT asked Brown, did you get a new toilet? What would the reaction been if I had said that instead of Lance?
I don't think it's any different. I think something you would have said is, hey, that shower looks spacey. Have you and Jennifer gotten in it yet? Am I right about that? Is that more of a comment?
Yes.
Actually,
yeah, spot on. Yeah.
Actually, I've thought that about your shower. It is
Why would he
spacious.
be in his shower with Jennifer?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's going to be a problem for the show.
Yeah, you think?
That may want break. Here we are, 5 minutes after.
Yeah,
behind the music.
That would break the band.
Yep.
That would break the band. All right, here's some bold predictions. Now that Brown has a new toilet, bold predictions from the NFL. But before we do that, a couple notes from camp. Brock Purdy cleared. He's going to be on pitch count, not going to throw, but the arm surgery, he's going to be ready for the start of the season. That was pretty huge.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're basically putting the future of the franchise in his hands.
No Nick Bosa at camp. Everyone's on page. They understand that. Without a new deal, he's scheduled to make $17.9 million this year. Fifth-year option of his rookie contract. So Nick Bosa is not going to come to camp and play until he gets a new contract.
Yeah.
We've heard this before.
I think we've seen him, though. I think we know what he could do.
Oh, yeah, he deserves it.
Yeah.
And the GM of the Green Bay Packers, who probably said some dumb stuff along the way about Aaron Rodgers, their relationship.
This is the Guntakist guy?
Yeah. He says that they're all in on Jordan Love, and they're going to give him a half season to prove himself.
Yeah, that's right. You get a good 7.
Did he say half season?
We're going to give him a half season. You got to give him at least a half season to see what he's.
Hey, look, there's no expectation from this Green Bay team. So you go out there, you give him a full season. If it doesn't work, then you reevaluate and you draft next year.
Then you know what you got, right?
Yeah.
Well, fascinating to watch. I mean, this is a guy they drafted when they still had Aaron Rodgers well under contract and could have gotten Aaron Rodgers a weapon.
Yeah, and I think if you would have gotten Aaron Rodgers a weapon, he'd still be in Green Bay.
Probably so. So that's why this is so fascinating to watch, the fact that we're going to give him a half season.
Yeah.
And they were the number 1 overall seed during the time they've had Jordan Love, right?
They were.
So one more weapon, they may have won a Super Bowl.
Absolutely could
So
have.
the 3 years, in 19, 20, and 21, they were the 1 seed.
Yeah.
3 straight years.
Yeah, so just a little bump may have done it for them. So bold predictions from, let me make sure I get the person right here. Bold predictions from Alex K. of the Bleacher Report. Some of these are, as usual, pretty boring, but there are a few I want to get to. The Lions will boast the NFL's number 1 offense this year. Do you think Jared Goff can make that happen?
Look, it was a fun offense to watch last year. I don't think it's going to be the number 1 offense. If it is, Jahmyr Gibbs is going to have a major impact on it. Jamison Williams is going to be missing for the first, 5 weeks?
6, I thought, yeah.
Yeah. Amon-Ra St. Brown was such a contributor last year. He's going to get better. I'm going to say no. I think it's too easy to take the field there.
Yeah, hard to be the number 1. I mean,
it'll be a top 5 offense.
Yeah. So you think Goff can still back it up and be a top 5 guy?
I do. I think he's more comfortable. Well, let me say this: more comfortable in that setting. LA was such a big spotlight for him. The problem now is everyone's got these expectations for Detroit, so you wonder if he presses.
You mentioned Jamison Williams, but they were good without him last year too.
They were.
I mean, I agree.
But to be the number 1 offense,
I know.
The Jets will be the number 1 overall defense in the NFL.
Again, I'd take the field, but the Jets are going to be a top 5 defense.
Yeah. It feels like that's been San Francisco, whether statistically or not that they've been number 1. I think if you said, okay, over the last 5 years, who's had the best defense in the NFL, I think people would say, well, it's been San Francisco.
Forget the stats, just in your head.
Yeah, just when you watch it, who's the best defense? I think most people would say San Fran under DeMeco Ryans, who's now obviously the head coach in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, last year in yards allowed, the Jets were 4th. San Fran was 1st. In points per game, it's not giving me that, but
but I would say with Robert Saleh, the head coach,
who came from San Francisco, by the way.
So they believe in that.
Yeah.
I trust the Jets being the number 1 overall defense more than I do the Lions being the number 1 overall.
I would agree with that too.
Yeah. The Titans will embrace a full rebuild by the trade deadline, so they will start dumping and do full rebuild. Does that include getting rid of Derrick Henry?
You know, it possibly could, but again, the running back market, where are you on that?
And that's an aged running back, too, that has been worked hard.
So I saw a question was asked this morning with DeAndre Hopkins, are the Titans in the mix for the playoffs? And whoever answered the question said no, because you got to have a quarterback that can throw it to him. So I do believe the Titans will end up in a rebuild just because they don't have a quarterback.
But my counter to that is Jacksonville's obviously the best team in that division. I can make an argument for you right now. Tennessee's second best team in that division.
I love the way you lead to the next one. The Texans will be a surprise playoff contender.
Ooh, boy, that would
be a surprise.
Yeah, I mean they were a play away from having, or a game away from having the first overall pick.
And I've just got to say this about the Texans: Deshaun Watson, his final full season, incredible season, and I think they went 4-12. So I was going to say, as good as he can be, then maybe they could be that surprise team. But he's not going to be Deshaun Watson.
You're going to have to win that division in all likelihood to get in the playoffs in the AFC. I don't know that you could be good enough to get a wild card if you're the Texans. I mean, that's a heck of a turnaround. What do you think the Jags' record is?
Yeah, well,
10-7, 11-6.
Well, if they win 10, they'll win that division because you have Trevor Lawrence, and then you've got rookie Will Levis or Malik, or Ryan Tannehill, and rookie. I mean,
Anthony Richardson,
the quarterback is Richardson, C.J. Stroud, and then whatever you're doing in Tennessee.
So the Texans, remind me, they were 2-15 last year. Am I right about that?
The Texans were 3-13, 3-13-1.
3-30. That's right. They had the tie. 3-13-1. So, I mean, a 7-game turnaround just to get you to 10 is a massive turnaround in the NFL.
Contender, not make the playoffs, so just have a chance here.
Yeah.
Okay, who's your guess at 0-17?
Well, you're Tampa Bay Bucks.
I was going to say the Texans.
No, I think you're Tampa Bay Bucks.
Tampa Bay Bucks is where I would start as well. They go the Arizona Cardinals. Or the bold prediction from Bleacher Report: the Cardinals will post the league's first ever 0-17 record.
My shower thought this morning, I was just thinking about upcoming season, NFC West. Seattle is one of these teams that they never have a bad season under Pete Carroll. San Francisco is going to be San Francisco, but for whatever reason, Arizona is going to be really bad. The Rams are going to start so many rookies. I don't know how they can be good. If Geno Smith takes a turn back to the old Geno Smith and Brock Purdy isn't as good as he was last year,
look out.
This thing, I mean, it could just be a muddled division.
It could be the NFC South, AFC South type record that could win it for you.
With that said, I find it hard to believe Arizona can't find a winner or two.
But would you not think, though, that because I don't know when they're going to get Kyler Murray cleared, but if they're that far out of it, you may not see him at all this year, right? I mean, why?
I think you're still I mean, I know you've paid him a ton of money, but I mean, is he going to be that guy that can take you to the next level?
I don't know, but he's not playing for the first how many weeks already? Kyler Murray's out till at least midseason with that injury, is he not?
I don't think it's a known.
Yeah, but my point is, like, when he's finally medically cleared, if you're that far out, do you
ACL,
rush him?
right?
Yeah, it was. Do you rush him back on the field, or do you say, let's just take time, let him miss the year, and he'll be 100% healthy next year when we got more tools around?
Yeah, just reported that he is on the PUP list.
Yeah, he's
to
definitely
start
starting on
camp.
the PUP. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they expect him back till midseason.
MVP according to the bold prediction.
Ooh, let's go bold prediction MVP. Joe Burrow would not be a bold prediction.
Would Aaron Rodgers with the Jets?
I was going to actually say that just because.
That's not who it is. I'm just asking, would that be a bold prediction?
Be a bold prediction.
That's a bold prediction.
Trevor Lawrence would be a bold prediction.
I was going to say Aaron Rodgers. I don't know.
Justin Fields would be a bold prediction.
It is Trevor Lawrence is the bold prediction as the league MVP. Trevor Lawrence.
Interesting that the same guy that predicted the Texans will push for a playoff berth also has Trevor Lawrence as the MVP, which probably means Jacksonville's really good.
Yeah, you're allowed to put a chip on the red and the black at the roulette table.
I guess so.
Trevor was really good last year. A lot of people, kind of discounted what he was going to be able to do in the NFL because of that first year, where we've seen Hall of Fame quarterbacks struggle that first year when they're just thrown in the mix, and he started all 17 games. But, I mean, he bounced back, more than doubled his touchdowns, and cut his interceptions in half by more than double. So, I mean, he was outstanding at times last year.
Bold predictions from Bleacher Report continues right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Shannara Flooring. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, absolutely. New to the show with us. When Rockstar's back, they helped him out. Rockstar will tell you more about them. Now, you might remember them by the name Homewood Carpet and Flooring, right? It's not a brand new business, just a brand new name. It is now Shannara Flooring. The name is the only thing that has changed there, right? They still offer the same superior customer service. They still offer the best floors in Birmingham. It is still Foo and You. If you've dealt with them, you know what I'm talking about. If not, you need to go see them right there at Shannara Flooring. The best tile, the best hardwoods. They've got the best carpet, LVP, and LVT. We've used that up here in the studio. It is a game changer, by the way. Countertops, they've got those. Specialty flooring, they've got that. It's the best you'll find in Birmingham. Residential, commercial, it does not matter. They do every single bit of that. You're going to want to go visit them online, shannaraflooring.com. That is shannaraflooring.com. It is Foo and You. They used to be Homewood Carpet and Flooring. You've used them for years. It is now Shannara Flooring, 518-6423 or shannaraflooring.com.
Foo and You. A little bit more now on the bold predictions. Another bold prediction is this one player will win both the Offensive Rookie of the Year and the NFL Offensive Player of the Year awards. Who
Bryce
do you think
Young.
it is? You say Bryce Young. That's a great guess, but it is not.
Oh, really? That would be the obvious guess because he's on a team that's good enough to play for the playoffs.
To make the playoffs.
Yeah.
This guy's on a team good enough to make the playoffs, too, because it's in the same division. He's
Bijan Robinson.
It is Bijan Robinson, the not respected running back position. This could be the Offensive Rookie of the Year and the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. That's a bold prediction that Bijan's going to be that good in Atlanta.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Atlanta had a established quarterback, consistent quarterback, I would say Drake London would lead the league in receptions.
So you think they've got a good enough receiver to be the leader in receptions, and do you agree with that they got a good enough running back? I mean, you've never seen the guy play an NFL
I will tell you, they
snap.
have got dynamic players in Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and now Bijan Robinson.
I know. But so you don't believe at all in Ritter?
I think he can be solid. I mean, Scott's our resident Falcon fan back there. I mean, when I saw Ritter, he looked good, but I don't know if he's going to be able to be that guy that's a next-level quarterback. I mean, would you agree with that, Scotty?
Yep. It's a small sample size. I mean, he's got some weapons, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, but, yeah, jury's very much out on the guy.
And the sad thing is Arthur Smith is a really good offensive coach. And maybe a good head coach. I don't know. They're going to give him time, but he's a really good offensive mind, Arthur Smith is. So, and it's not his fault they don't have quarterback. I mean, what's he supposed to do, right? But they've put really good weapons around whoever's going to take the snaps there.
But, if I was the Falcons, I would have tried keep Derek Carr away from the Saints. Let's get Derek Carr.
Daniel says Urban Meyer's escapades almost ruined Trevor Lawrence. Watch out for the naked guy in the background this year for the Jaguars and problems with them. Drake London's really good, says Sam. Cardinals coaching change is like the plot of Revenge of the Nerds, says Steven out there in Arizona. Really, really interesting comments from you guys in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Keep those coming in. A couple of more here. Do you guys remember 2012 Calvin Johnson?
Yeah.
1,964 yards receiving. That's the NFL record. Bold prediction from the Bleacher Report. That record gets broken this year.
Well, Tyreek Hill boldly predicted he would break it.
Cooper
for the Miami Dolphins
was on pace to break it before he went down last year.
Who do you think breaks it if somebody breaks it this year?
Oh, I would go Justin Jefferson.
From Minnesota?
Yeah. I think if Tua, again, everything with the Dolphins is if Tua stays healthy. If Tua stays healthy, I think Tyreek Hill, when he was healthy, Hill and Waddle were the two leading receivers in the NFL. In October, I mean, we had played a good couple months of the season or a month and a half of the season. They were the 1 and 2 leading receivers, and then it started to fall apart when Tua started getting dinged up a little bit.
And what's that record, 1,900 yards?
1,964 yards, Calvin Johnson in 2012. It's funny, nobody goes Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase here. Nobody brought that up. Is it because T. Higgins and they run the ball with Joe Mixon? And
I mean, Cooper Kupp, when he should have been the MVP in 2021, 1,947 yards.
Came up short, yeah.
But I think he set the record for receptions with 145.
They believe the bold prediction is it's Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And it says if Tua's healthy, if this,
That's
and
always
all the
the
ifs.
Yep.
But their bold prediction is that Tyreek Hill breaks that right there.
We have so many great receivers in this league. Because, again, I said this a couple of weeks ago, and I believe it. I think Garrett Wilson will end up being better than Devontae Adams. And I think Garrett Wilson could be that guy this year.
Okay, two more. One of a team that will make the playoffs and one of a team that will not make the playoffs. Bold prediction, Bleacher Report. Washington Commanders will make the playoffs. If they do, they'll do it because their defensive line is so good.
Well, it is really good, but that is also such a tough division. I mean, Dallas was a 12-win team last year. The Eagles went to the Super Bowl. The Giants were resurgent last year. And
playoff team, right?
Yeah, playoff team, and won a playoff game at Minnesota on the road. I mean, they were a good football team. That's a tough division.
They're going to have to be dominant on defense because right now you've got more than likely Sam Howell's going to be your guy. If it's not Jacoby Brissett, how many teams has he started for?
Couple.
I mean, he's a guy that wins you 7 or 8 games. I don't know if Sam Howell's better than average and that defense is completely dominant. They could.
By the way, one more here. If this is true, there'll be a job opening. Let me tell you. The last bold prediction from the Bleacher Report about the NFL.
Can I guess it's the Cowboys?
It's not the Cowboys, but that would be a job opening too.
Yeah, if they don't make the playoffs.
The Buffalo Bills will miss the playoffs.
Oh, you think they would fire Sean McDermott?
Yeah.
If he misses the playoffs?
Yeah, I think they would.
I mean,
I think he's got a little heat on him if they don't get to a Super Bowl soon.
Wow.
Don't you?
I mean, they are consistently, to Lance's point, and I guess this is on McDermott, he's the head coach. I mean, they were going to the Super Bowl in Kansas City, and it was just one of the most miraculous finishes to a game we've ever seen in the NFL. Now, I can't explain Cincinnati last year.
It has been a little down
I get it.
Since that.
Man, I don't know. I've just watched that. I've watched that franchise because they're in my division since the Marv Levy days struggle to find this level of success, and they have finally found it again. And to pull the plug on that guy after one missed playoff would surprise me.
I mean, back-to-back 13-3s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Those are hard to get in the NFL.
Yeah, but what were they last year? Was it 13-4?
No, they were. I guess 13-4.
Yeah, 13-3, then 13-4.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. They should have been to a Super Bowl now. I don't disagree.
Well, it's hard to get to a Super Bowl.
It is, but it's also hard to go back-to-back 13-win seasons,
especially in the AFC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be. Listen, I hope the Bills mess it up as much as they can. Trust me, but I would be surprised if they made that move.
But you could see 3 making it from that division. You see Jets,
I
Bills,
think they
and
will.
Dolphins.
Yeah, I think they will.
I heard this exercise this morning. If someday we had a 16 beat a 1 in March Madness,
right? It's 2 now.
Someday you're going to have 4 teams, all 4 teams from a division make the playoffs. What division has the best opportunity to do that?
This year?
Yeah.
Can that mathematically happen? Is that
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You got enough wild cards now.
Yeah, 'cause you got
didn't
3
have
wild
enough wild
cards.
cards. Yeah. This year,
it was 13-3 because of the DeMar Hamlin game.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's what I was
I
thinking.
think it would be the AFC North. I love the Ravens this year. I love the Bengals this year. Browns should be better with Deshaun. And Kenny Pickett's going to get better. And as we've said before, Tomlin's never had a losing season. Now, you can make an argument for the East because the Bills, Tua stays healthy, Jets with Aaron Rodgers, and how often do the Patriots not make the postseason back-to-back with Bill Belichick?
Yeah.
One of those two.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see that. You're right. I guess one year this will happen at some point. But, boy, it is hard to thread that needle.
Always love bold predictions. And some of those were bold. They were a pretty good list of bold predictions there.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't think any of those did we tear it down and say, well, that's not bold at all.
Yeah, usually I hate when they're not bold at all when I get into them.
I do think I don't see how he's got Trevor Lawrence being the MVP and the Texans also contending for the playoffs. Other than that, I thought it was a good
Though
good
contending can mean you're contending to be a wild card team while the other guy wins the division.
They're going to need probably 11 wins to be a wild card. And that would be one heck of a turnaround.
A heck of a turnaround financially. If you're looking for one, our friends at Legacy can help that happen. If you are not happy with your financial provider and like to make a switch, you can do that with our friends at Legacy. If you are looking for a great place maybe to move your checking, Legacy can take care of that. Car and truck loans, Legacy can do that. It's all at LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com. Everyday checking, no monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit card as well. They're the official credit union of UAB, and they're dedicated to the education and healthcare industries here in the Birmingham area in central Alabama, and they have been for over 60 years. And they've got the lifestyle loans with no collateral required, affordable low rates if you have unexpected medical expenses, or if you'd like to update that backyard or take that dream vacation. See everything Legacy can do for you at LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Back to college football when we come back on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to TimberlineGC.com, TimberlineGC.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at TimberlineGC.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, before you sit down, can you hand me a fresh ice cold Diet Coke?
Would you like a Diet Coke, Jim?
Can I get a
like
water, please?
I mean, does it look like I work here?
Yeah. And can we go ahead and get our check?
I've always said this, though.
We're trying to make a 1 o'clock movie.
Closest person, right?
Yeah. Did you used to tell that to the server back in the day? Hey, can we go ahead and order? And we're trying to make a 7:30 movie. In fact, if you can help us along.
Yeah, it doesn't work well. Servers don't like that.
Do you? Yeah. So, do you feel bad? Like, Lance has been in food service. Like,
there's a way to do it though.
When the server comes to get your drink order, but you're ready to order the food also. Is that frustrating to the server?
It depends. Like if I've got a tabletop of 8 and I've got to drop drinks to them.
Yeah.
And I'm just coming to get your drink order where I can circle back. What I typically say is, hey, if you've got time, we're ready.
Yeah.
If it's not a big deal, or you can come back.
I try not to do that, but sometimes you are in a hurry, and like when they get the drink order, you're like, hey, I'm ready to order too.
Or if I've already decided, we can go ahead, maybe save you a step.
Yeah, and some places like to flip tables quickly.
That's right.
And so they're all about it. Hey, you ready to go? Let's go. Typically, when I go in walk-ons, they know what I want, but I order like that.
Yeah, I don't even need a menu because I know what I'm getting at walk-ons.
They got some new menu items. I was in there the other night and got one.
Did you get the fried gator?
No, I've had the fried gator there before.
Oh,
but,
boy, it's Jack's go-to.
The Bomber. They got a new sandwich called the Bomber.
What's on it?
I don't really know how to describe it. You need to get it though. It's on buttered toast.
What's the meat?
Chicken. It's like shredded chicken with cheese melted on it, some tomatoes. They've got a sauce on there.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
They've got 2 other ones too. They've got the Gouda burger. Now I found out it was a turkey burger, so I said, can I switch the turkey burger for a regular burger?
Right.
But it had like Gouda on it. It had like jalapenos. It had pepperdew peppers on it.
Is it gooder than the other burgers?
Yeah.
Garlic mayo. I thought it was a little, a little better. And then they have the surf and turf burger, which Jack loved. It's on Texas toast, but it's got shrimp on it, and then it's got jalapenos and some other stuff. It's spicy.
I like that. I like the way that sounds. Fantastic with our friends at Walk-Ons. Hopefully we'll get by there next time. I go there a lot after playing golf. Get a cold Bud Light and a great meal right there at the bar.
You playing today?
I may get out there again today. I haven't played since yesterday. We were out with our
almost
friends.
24 hours.
We were out I told this to Brent. I'll tell you in a second. We were at Woodward Country Club yesterday, built in 1916. Out in the, would you call that Hueytown, Fairfield?
Yeah, Hueytown, Fairfield, Bessemer area.
They aerated the green since?
Nope.
Since 1916,
oh,
yes.
Lord, yeah, you got to do that a couple times a year.
It was in a beautiful course. Really small greens, a throwback to the way golf courses used to be built. Brown and I played with a couple of my buddies, and it was hotter than 4 hells on the front 9, and I was playing horrible. Felt like it cooled off and was a great day in the back 9 when I was playing better. I don't know if it had to do with the way I was playing or whatever, but I had a good time.
Yeah,
out
we
there.
had a fun time. It's a fun course.
It's a great place.
Part of the golf card.
They're part of our golf card, and we saw some other first-timers out there who experienced the Next Round golf card, and I don't know. We'll do that again soon someday.
Do you know what happened? Have we got a second for a quick story?
We absolutely
okay. So this is an old story. I don't even know if I've ever told it on the air before.
This is segment 2, right?
Yeah.
Of this hour?
Yeah.
Give me a genre of the story.
It's golf.
Okay.
All right. So years ago, and I think you guys might remember this story. So years ago, somebody came to us at Jocks and wanted me to play in the Benny Seltzer. You remember when Benny Seltzer was the Sanford basketball coach? You guys don't remember that era, huh?
Benny Seltzer was a basketball coach at Sanford?
At Sanford. He was
I remember Tillett, Paget, obviously now Bucky.
Benny was before Paget. He was
he a one and done?
Brady.
He was pretty quick.
Brady's assistant.
What
was his name?
Yeah, Jimmy Tillett. We're kind of getting lost in that detail, which is not really an important detail of the
Paget
story.
So to answer your question, no, I do not remember.
Clearly, you guys do not. So Benny Seltzer was the coach, and Benny was not much of a golfer, and they were trying to but they wanted us to auction or to have a drawing for the other 2 spots, me, Benny, and two spots. So these brothers won the drawing. The guy won the drawing, brought his brother, and they were minors in the Jim Walter mine over in Brookwood.
Oh, minors. Yes.
Minors, not like under the age of 17.
Right.
Yeah, they were coal miners or whatever they mined for over at Jim Walter mine.
Money.
So
gold.
We tee off on number 1, and I'm trying to get to know the guys. They said, we love your show. You know, we listen before we go down into the earth. You know, we catch up on the podcast, stuff like that. And he said, we only get 6 vacation days a year. We use one of the vacation days to come play in this. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's incredible.
6 vacation days.
6 vacation days, a full year.
Boy, if I was their boss, I'd give them a 7th for that.
And used one of their vacation days to come play in this golf tournament. So on the 3rd green, Martin Newton, the athletic director, and Bo Kerr, the associate athletic director, pull up to check on us because they knew we had the winners with them. And I pull them aside. And I'm like, listen. These boys are minors. They go down to the earth every day. They get 6 days of vacation, used one of them to come play in this tournament. I said, is there any way we can make sure they win a prize? And Bo's like, I'm on it. Don't worry. So there's door prizes after. Well, it ends up, we win the tournament. Somehow, like there's handicaps involved. We end up winning the whole thing, right? Well, they had already staged the drawing for the prize so that these guys would win a set of drivers. We win the tournament, so they also win a set of irons. They left there with a whole brand new set of clubs. And Bo, I was like, I'm sorry y'all rigged. He's like, I didn't think there was any way y'all would win. I said, I didn't either. So we won the whole freaking thing, and they'd already rigged the price. So these boys go back to Jim Walter Mine with a full set of golf clubs.
And you too.
No, I didn't. I only won the irons.
You didn't donate to charity?
Did you need irons?
I did not. No, I donated them to a local golf store in exchange for a rangefinder. Probably a good deal for that golf store.
Damn, how much is a rangefinder?
$300.
Yeah, $329. You still have it though.
I do still have it. Yeah,
it benefits me a lot when I play with Brown.
I know, and
so you don't have one yet?
I do. I just don't have to pull it out of my back pocket.
Yeah, I shoot for Dunaway.
I keep it just in case Brown caddies for me a lot when we play.
Yeah. So anyway. So yesterday, I'm at Woodward, and this guy walks up and says, I know you don't remember me, but I played with you in the Sanford Golf Tournament. One of the guys was there. He said, I played with you in the Sanford Golf Tournament years ago. I said, you're the miner from Brookwood. He goes, yeah. He said, I said, are you still going down in the mines? He goes, well, unfortunately, shortly after that, I got laid off.
Oh.
And I was like, I am so sorry. He goes, best thing ever happened to me. I got a job at Mercedes. I'm thriving. It's a great job. I'm very, very happy there.
Get
My
more
family's
than 6
happy.
days off?
Yeah, I'm sure he gets more than 6 days off from Mercedes. And I said,
"Damn, you don't have to sweat balls about dying too."
I know. And he said that was one of the best days I've had. He goes, I walked away with a full set of clubs. I go, well, let me tell you the other side of the story. You got the biggest kick out of the fact that I'd rigged the drawing for him.
It wasn't the guys you almost hit 3 times.
Actually, yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was the guys
in front of us. So I mean, Lance, I'd already hit into him on accident, complete accident, and then we're on.
It turns out that was the group I also hit into on that one on number 3.
And then we get on the back 9, and I've got like 175 to the pin and hit a 7-iron, which that's a lot for me. And I'm caught a flyer, and it carries the green and goes into him on the next tee box, but it was uphill, so I couldn't see that. Well, we get up and it's on the next tee box, and I was like, God, Brown, you hit it to him again. So I was like, I didn't know. I mean, that thing just flew.
So the poor guys survived going down in the mines all those years, and 4 times yesterday, Brown and I took shots at them.
We almost killed them.
Did it just the 2 of you guys play?
No,
2 of my friends, Johnny Orr and Mike Kennedy.
Yeah,
but my insurance provider and my mentor when it comes to entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
You might want to find another one.
He's just now taking me under his wings. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. One more thing to make in this segment number 2 here.
Yeah, I was talking to our friend Casey, the general manager, earlier. She texted me. She said, I just found out about Red. Congratulated me. Just great people up there. Stuart, Casey, make sure you tell them the next round sent you. If you want to treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, it's the Woodhouse Day Spa. Again, located right down the street, Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options. They got massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. You got a Brazilian wax there a couple weeks ago, right?
I don't like to call it Brazilian. I usually go, it's an Argentina wax for me.
Yeah, different variation.
Very long and slender.
You can order that special person gift online.
It's a map joke.
I know, and it's such a good reference, too. The fact you know what Argentina looks like. Yeah.
24/7 Birmingham.
Yours is more Uruguay, but okay.
WoodhouseSpas.com. That's Birmingham.WoodhouseSpas.com. You can order them 24/7 or just stop by the Summit Shopping Centers. Tell Casey and Stuart the next round sent you.
Pretty funny on the fly.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, yes, Jim. Great line.
Yeah. You know who I am?
Who?
I'm the Matt Rife of instant impromptu jokes. That's who I am, Matt Rife.
Who's Matt Rife?
I don't know who Matt Rife is.
Oh, it's funny. Comedian.
I thought he might have coached Sanford basketball before John Brady.
Oh, is that Chile?
No, Chile is the really long, slender one on the outside. Argentina, no, it was well played by you. Argentina is a good.
It's got a little bit more girth.
Yeah, I was going to say Chile's a pencil dick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You got a number 2.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. All right. When we come back, we'll get to Brian Kelly and a question LT has about Brian Kelly. That's coming up in our next segment. But a couple of big stories today. Trayvon Diggs got paid. So did Justin Herbert. We talked about Herbert earlier. But Trayvon Diggs, he's not perfect. If you play on an island like Trayvon Diggs is, you're going to get beat. You can pull up clips of him getting beat last year, including Brandon Ayuk beating him. Just dropping him to the ground.
Some call him feast or famine.
No,
really.
He kind of is.
Label, yeah.
Well, he's so aggressive.
Yeah.
But he is a guy that can make major plays for you.
5 years, $97 million. He's 24 years old and has potential. I have no problem with them locking him up. Now, they've got a history, the Cowboys do, of locking up big-time players, and then all of a sudden their production drops down. See Zeke Elliott.
Well, yeah. Different position, obviously, but you're absolutely right. That's exactly what happened with Zeke Elliott. You know, one of the things I saw about Trayvon Diggs is, you know, he had all those interceptions, and a lot of people were like, yeah, he's got a lot of interceptions, but why do you think people are throwing at him so much?
Oh.
You don't see Jalen Ramsey get that many interceptions. Why, Lance?
Yeah, they typically don't throw at him.
You don't see Pat Surtain get that many interceptions. They throw away from guys like that.
Did you guys know, as we head to break here, did you guys know who the highest paid corner was in the league before last night?
It was Marlon Humphrey. I thought it was.
Marlon got a big deal. I don't know if he was the biggest.
I think he got passed last year. According to what I saw, or maybe it's been passed this year, it's Jair Alexander of Green Bay.
Green Bay, yeah. I mean, he's one of the best.
I never think about Green Bay's secondary. I would have never guessed Jair
is that
Alexander
good.
was that good.
Yeah.
Our friends at Harbin's that good, too. Quick break coming up after LT tells us about Harbin's.
Our friends at Harbin's, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbin's_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly today, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. And make sure you tell Jeremy and his team the next round sent you.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our number 5 team in our 40 and 40 countdown. Man, it seems like we just started this. It has flown by.
Yeah.
We're 31 days away from the start of the season.
I think it helps. I think it helps us get to football season faster.
Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate your idea there.
Yeah, years ago. We've done it for almost since the beginning of our show together. I think, in fact, we did it that very first year in 2010 when we got to the football season. Next year will be the easiest year we've ever done it because I now know that thousands of you will help me with the spreadsheet to where I don't have to manually count the votes again. So,
did you favorite any of those tweets just so you can remember who to reach out to?
No, but I will. Before we do it next year, I will say, hey, remember all of you guys who said you were great at spreadsheets?
Here's your time.
I know we've got a topic coming up, but I did want to say I looked at our calendar today, and I think Lunsford put on there, this may be our 500th show.
Oh, God.
Today or tomorrow?
I thought it's today.
It was today. However, I put that in there before we took holidays that I didn't plan on us taking. So I think as of now, it'll be Monday. It'll be our 500th. But
okay, let's just celebrate.
Can we just say Monday's our 500th to be
let's
done?
celebrate Friday because we're not really sure.
Let's do it Friday.
But Monday's end of the month. I feel like that's a good clean break.
No, but Friday's a good clean break at the end of the week.
Yeah,
it's going to be.
But I'm always happy
anyway.
on Friday.
No, but we can get the cold beer going. We need that for the celebration.
We drink cold beers on Friday anyway.
Excuse.
Let's drink it Monday.
I was drinking Red Mont vodka yesterday at 1:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
All right.
Okay.
Monday. Monday is our
Monday's
500th show.
500th show.
Oh yeah, and everybody will be back. That makes more sense.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody's
All
here.
right.
Yeah.
So somebody get us a cake. We've got the beer. What else goes with beer and cake?
Red. Bring the Vizsla.
Bring the dog to work day.
Scott's saying pizza party.
Pizza
Oh,
party.
yeah, we need a
Slice.
pizza party.
Slice up here.
Yeah.
Anybody? Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's all happening on Monday. Brian Kelly is the head coach at LSU. Here's Brian Kelly from last week up in Nashville talking about what they accomplished and where they're going.
We're excited about what we've done in a very short period of time. And the foundation of success is built in consistency. Alabama and Georgia continue to hold that mantle of consistency in terms of playing for championships. And that's what we'll be looking to be at LSU, is playing for championships consistently year in and year out. And you don't do it by just being a one and done. You got to be able to do that over a period of time. And that's really the transition from year one to year two, where in year one, I was learning the league. I was learning how to go on the road and play in the kind of environments. I was learning our roster and our strengths and weaknesses. Going into year two, We have a lot of that knowledge. We understand a lot of those things necessary to be competitive and win games. Now it's how do you do it week in and week out?
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question.
All right.
And it can be another Bud Light poll question, Taylor. Brian Kelly, Lincoln Riley, Ryan Day, or other best coach never to win a national championship. Can you make a case, LT, that it's Brian Kelly?
It is Brian Kelly.
It's Brian Kelly, and you can include the NFL.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Best coach
to not win a championship.
Yeah. I'm talking about active coaches right now.
To
Kyle
not win a
Shanahan is a really, really good coach.
Yeah.
But the best active coach, in my opinion, is Brian Kelly.
Now, Brian Kelly has coached at a championship level everywhere he's been. So that's why I would say it. Now, he's won 2 Division II national championships, just to be fair to the guy. But that's part of what I'm talking about. I mean, everywhere he's been. So he went to Central Michigan. That's really the one place where, I mean, he struggled just a little bit, but he still won a conference championship. He won 2 conference championships at Cincinnati. Notre Dame did not have a conference championship, but 3 times. Once took him to the national championship game. 2 more times took him to the college football playoff. I mean, I think you could realistically say those would have been like winning conference championships had Notre Dame been in a conference. There's no reason to think he won't be able to do that at LSU. No reason. And I would agree with Lance. He's the best coach not to have won a big national championship.
And the thing is, I think it was his coaching ability that got them on that stage in 12, and it got him to 2 college football playoffs. Once he gets there now, he's got the athletes.
He does have the athletes, but so does Ryan Day, and he's been to a championship game. He's been to the playoffs.
But Ryan Day, his entire career's had those athletes. I mean, we're going back to...
And he is 45-6. Now, it's not like he stacks up losses.
I get that, but, you know, he hasn't won the big games. I mean, from Grand Valley State to Central Michigan to Cincinnati to Notre Dame, now LSU, the guy has won a championship every stop, including... if you want to say the SEC West last year.
Yeah, I mean, Notre Dame is the one place where he'll never get that championship label just because it's either national championship or nothing.
Well, no, he won the ACC championship the only year they were eligible.
He went to it. He didn't win it.
Oh, yeah, Clemson did win it. They beat him in the regular season.
That's
You're
right. Yeah, and that would have been so ironic had he won that one. You could finally say, or you could forever say he won a championship at every stop. Notre Dame's just the place where it was either a national championship or nothing, but 3 times played for it, or was at least in the playoffs. 273 wins. I mean, Ryan Day's got, what, 46 now, I think it is, or 45?
I think he's 45-6.
Yeah, so we got 273 wins versus 45, so I'll go Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Who wins one first, though?
Well, that's the question. Who wins one first? Ryan Day, Lincoln Riley, Brian Kelly?
Or you think it's Brian Kelly?
I think it's Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
I think all 3 could do it this year.
I think it's Ryan Day. Yeah, and Jim Harbaugh didn't put in there. He would be in the other category by this poll question. There are some others that I guess, but I feel like the next to win their first national championship, I think would come from one of those 4, right? Harbaugh, Day, or Brian Kelly or Lincoln Riley.
I mean, I can't think of another one. I mean, Florida State's going to be improved. I just don't see Florida State winning a national championship anytime soon.
It is with Clemson there not going anywhere. It is hard to see them getting past that, though. This 12-team playoff is going to change everything.
I like Heupel a lot at Tennessee. I just don't see them navigating their way through the SEC.
Sarkisian at Texas will get some love in this conversation.
I wonder in a 12-team playoff if we'll see, like you often see in college basketball, where a team comes into the tournament and you don't think much of them, but they just get hot at the right time. I wonder if that will ever translate to football.
I think it would.
Yeah, like a team has had, maybe they get a player back or something like that, but it just clicks for them in the playoff.
Well, I mean, if you go back, you use this reference a lot. If we'd had a 4-team or a 12-team playoff, how often would Bobby Bowden have been there?
Every year.
Tough schedule.
Yep.
Oftentimes an early season loss in September or October.
A lot of times Miami.
By the end of the year, they would arguably be the best team in college football. Now you will be able, starting next year, to lose that game or 2 and then be the best team in football at the end, and then you're hot enough to get it going.
Here's your example. Texas A&M, Johnny Manziel's Heisman year.
Yeah.
They beat Alabama and Tuscaloosa, and by the end of the season, they were just steamrolling.
Yeah, they walked Oklahoma off the field in that bowl game.
And they wouldn't have wanted to play them.
You let them in a 12-team playoff, and that would have been a handful.
Well, how about Alabama last year?
I mean, they'd lost 2 games mid and late year, but you didn't want to play him because of Bryce Young. That guy was tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, if they would have gotten in a 12-team playoff, would you guys have been shocked if they won a national championship?
Not at all. And that 2012.
So I think you'll see that. I mean, much like we've seen wild cards in the NFL at 9-7 win Super Bowls.
That's right. Thank you, Eli Manning. The Georgia Bulldogs, the team that they've had the last 2 years, hard to imagine them losing twice. But when you get to a 12-team playoff, that one loss at the wrong time can knock out the best roster in football.
As great as that team was last year, almost lost to Ohio State. Ohio State did everything but win that game.
Hemphill, I almost said Hemphill Sports. Our friends at Hemphill will take care of all the cooling needs you need. Triple-digit heat index again today. One more segment to go.
Yeah, 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models. Call today, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
When we come back, one team that spent a lot of money in Major League Baseball that could be selling as we approach the trade deadline coming up here in a few days. Three interesting stars that could be up and help a contender next right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you. One more segment to go here. Final thought brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher, great place to get the grilling season red hot.
So picked up some ground beef there last night. Did meatballs.
Meatballs and just meatballs?
Meatballs over this bed of cheese.
No. You got me now.
Cheese?
Yeah, I actually didn't do it, but did pick up the.
I bought
Trust
the
me, there was never one part of this conversation I thought you did.
Yeah, yeah, I know you didn't believe that, but yeah, did definitely pick up New York Butcher Shop yesterday. And look, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're picking up one of those fresh deli sandwiches, just picking up steaks on the go. They've got a delicious selection of wine at the New York Butcher Shop. Get by, see Jim and that great staff. They've got 2 locations for you. The original in Cabo Heights, one right there, Highway 119 in Greystone, with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. Did have some of their cheesecake last night. Have you guys ever had that?
I have not.
It was drizzled with caramel. Fantastic.
That does sound
Again,
good.
New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
Padres could be the team selling. They spent a lot of money this offseason to try to keep up with the Dodgers. It has not gone their way. Juan Soto, Blake Snell, Josh Hader. Could that help anybody down the stretch? Those 3 guys?
Absolutely, yeah.
Are the Padres the National League's Angels? It seems like the Angels have spent a lot and gotten a lot of big names to get nothing out of it, and the Padres feel the same way.
Yeah, but at least the Padres have been in the postseason.
They have been.
You know, Angels haven't been there in a decade.
Yeah, what do the Padres have to show for it?
It seemed like the Padres were really close last season going into this year, and those moves they made, I thought was going to be enough to make them the team to beat out west.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that believed they could, finally unseat the Dodgers winning the NL West this year, but it just, it hasn't happened. Manny Machado's been banged up.
Tatis was hurt and he missed start of the season.
Yeah, Juan Soto hasn't been as good as advertised.
That's right. I just wonder who ends up buying some of these stars and who's selling. The Mets could be dumping Max Scherzer, who could end up in a Dodger uniform, even if it's a short-time rental.
Been there before.
Ohtani could be moved. It's an interesting trade deadline coming up. I think it's Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, Buster will be on tomorrow at his normal time, and we'll see from Buster, how he's feeling about it. But I mean, you let one of these. I'm just looking around at some of these contenders. You let the Orioles add another piece. You let maybe one of these NL Central teams that's hanging on like Cincinnati or Milwaukee add a piece.
Yeah, Tampa Bay getting a little bullpen help. Braves got a couple of bullpen guys this week. Trade deadline coming up. Buster on the show tomorrow. Look forward to that conversation. This just went over my timeline from AL.com. Sunbelt premier Group of 5 conference, says the coaches at their media day.
You've said that.
I love Sunbelt football, and I don't know if they can be the representative when we get to that, because you're going to have to be the highest, one of the top 6 rated conferences. But I think top to bottom, it's so competitive that could hurt them.
All I would say is the American, granted the team that I'm about to reference is now in the Big 12, but the American went to the college football playoff. The American won a New Year's Six bowl game last year. So obviously the American would be the conference to unseat there.
Right.
I mean, I don't know that the Sun Belt's good enough to do that. Like, I think South is going to be good. I think Troy is going to be good.
I think the American got really top-heavy quick with the expansion, adding CUSA teams and losing those teams to the Big 12. I think the American got top-heavy quick. And top to bottom, I think the Sun Belt is the toughest of the Group of 5. I'm not saying they're going to be a playoff team because they can beat each other.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the most unpredictable between the two.
Yeah.
Because to me, and I know you threw SMU in the mix yesterday, to me it's UTSA, then Tulane, then maybe SMU, but I think it's easier to predict who's going to win that conference.
Yeah, you can go 4, 5, 6 deep probably in the Sun Belt this year and get some championship contenders. So close to football, man. We can't wait. That's our show today. Thanks to our guests, Matt Moscano and Yogi Roth, both of those podcasts. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up before you get out of here today. Or if you're watching us on replay, thumbs up work then too. We appreciate you guys so much. We're to the top 4, to the playoff teams voted on by you guys tomorrow. So the top 4 teams over the next 4 shows. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.